Good morning. Simon said good morning too. What? Oh, no, not this way, that way. Okay. I didn't know that's what that meant. Mr. T! Oh, you gave out some 20,000 and 10,000 to go. Mr. T and Mark Hopper, respectively. Being here first and before anybody else, before the stream started. That's what you get. If you get here first before the stream starts, you get extra dough. Don't forget to join Discord if you haven't already. It's free! For a limited time only. Get it while it's hot. Well, I gave Simon his oil in some churro treat. He did lick it up. He did eat it, but he's eating his food very slowly now. I don't know if it gave him an upset stomach or if he just wants that now for food instead of what I normally feed him. Good morning, Golden. Welcome. But yeah, so there's that. But he did eat the oil, so I like maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know which I prefer, honestly, because getting the oil mixed in with the churro treat is kind of a pain in the butt, and then I gotta wait for him to eat it, and then I can feed him, and yeah. So I don't know how we're gonna do it. If I'm gonna continue, if I'm just gonna squirt it in his mouth or not. There is some churro treat on their food though, a little bit. Alright, Golden Coin, thanks for being here. Have a great day. Hey, good morning. Simon, go out. Oh, he's out there still. But I mean, I kind of would prefer to take the little extra. If he will do it every day, I'll spend extra money to put it in a treat for him. He deserves to have a treat every day, and I guess they're kind of healthy treats. Taurine and vitamin C and little extra omega-3s in there. But no, I think he's getting enough now with that oil. Probably. Because his hair's growing back. That's a really awesome indicator that he is either no longer in pain or in less pain, or no longer itchy back there. Noticing him itching much less, like biting on his belly and biting on his back of his legs. Oil works. I had to help. I had to find a way to help. Partially my fault. Might be completely my fault why he's got issues going on, arthritic. I used to be too rough with him. I used to play with him like he was a dog or something. scold him too harshly. I gotta make it up. Could have been. Hope that having her here makes him happier. Because I was gonna give him my all in his final years. I really was gonna go above and beyond for him. I try to still, but he definitely complicates it. Because you can't have free travel coming in and out of here, and I know that bothers him more than anything. Because that room doesn't have a window. There's no windows out there to look at. He has to come in here to look outside. I know what solitary confinement's like. So I know he wants to come in here and look out. He wants me to open the door. And understand why she gets so much priority. Hey, stop! Stop! Pulled one of his out in your front. You proud of that? Alberto! Do we used to have another guy named Alberto who come through on the other channels? Are you the same one from years ago? Because you don't have many hours on this channel, on your channel. Now, did you have a different name? Like a different account with the same name? Oh, not you. Okay. I thought there was, but... Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, but look at this. There's an El Bart O with 0 hours, 160 dough, but it's this other one, El Barto, with 8 hours that I remember as El Barto. So yours is spelled different, yeah. I've had a lot of people come through the years. $228 pages of that going. People, and these are all people that have said something. 228 pages. These scrolls. Shit, freaking crazy. Tunnel. I called a Walla Walla. Oh, go resurrected. That's pretty good. I think I will give that a 7.7 on the uniqueness scale. 8.3 actually. Fuck. Giant turd still out here? Dude, somebody... Yeah, it's still out there. There's not an extra giant turd out there. You're gonna have another one by now. If somebody is intentionally letting their dog shit in front of my place with enormous, massive turds bigger than this, round as this thing, or some random dog is just loves shit in my yard, but only if there isn't any shit in it. Nobody's gonna pick it up. I was thinking Baby by Neighbor would have got it. I was very vocal this morning, and he wants some more of that chew retreat. I think it's up kind of late today because doing the new True Retreat medication administration with Simon was different. Yeah, and I got this up late too because the camera was offline. I had to go fix it. So I don't know if any cats have walked by yet. Watched it until about 5 minutes ago. Oh, well, at least 16 minutes, so 20 minutes ago. I would say a cat in 20 minutes. Dude, DLive's viewership is so sporadic. It's like one point they love me and one point they don't love me. Just touch me. Convicted killer who beheaded teen granted parole. Wow. Paul's asking you to help move his fent dealer into his apartment. Huh. Scientists closely watching an asteroid that has chance of hitting Earth. Apparently, Costco made a an agreement with their union. Good, because my Costco is union. Ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that. And the Sam's Club's too far for me, dude. I ain't trying to drive that damn far to go to Sam's just to be a anti-DEI-er, bro. Not until the DEI affects me. Until if I see somehow DEI is affecting me at Costco, oh, we got a problem. Or is it? Those fucking sample stations. Make an area. The meat? Oh, dude, I don't ever buy meat anyway, except for lately I've been buying sandwich meat. The chicken at Costco sucks, actually. A weird texture to it. It's injected. Yeah, but I don't ever buy the meat. 90% of the prime market. You mean they get 90% of the prime meat on the market? It sounds a little crazy when there's like mom and pop steak shops that are probably getting some good meat. I think they would get all the best meat. They were all dry aging it and stuff out there. Oh, he's off! Oh, I'm not allowed a day off. Never. I'm a slave. Yeah. Slave. That's something. The chicken is not good. Rotisserie chicken is weird. Got a really weird texture. Like stringy. Same goes for their breasts. The organic and the regular ones. If I'm ever buying chicken again from the store, I'm getting the air-cooled, non-frozen, shit that hasn't had a bunch of stuff injected inside of it. That's the good chicken. Once they start injecting it with saline solution, it screws it up. A lot of the frozen chicken does that. But even the non-frozen Costco chicken is whack. Like what the frozen stuff says, it has like 10% added fluids or something like that. Crazy. You know, mushrooms are 90% water, so your yield is only 10%. If you grow 10 ounces, you're only getting 1 ounce of dried shrooms out of that. And they're like us, you know, and they're actually more closely related to mammals than they are plants. Fuck! I fucked up! I'll be back. Let me get back. Get back. No. Fucking emergency. she didn't like my concoction. Fair enough. Oh, she's got one with nothing in it to the left of her, so... Okay, I put some churro treat in the other one, and in the second one. With salmon oil, but she's going straight for the fancy feast. She was right there at the end of the cycle. She was about to run off on me, but I got really low with the tray so she could smell it easily. And, yeah, I saw her eating a little bit off of it from the kitchen window. I'm able to kind of peep down there. But, thanks. But she just kind of patiently waited for me to finish putting it down. He's about to jump on my damn shoulder, dude. This is bad. A fucking long jump sweep if you ever for you not do that. Yeah, no. Here, I'm standing too close to that thing, that's fine. Well, now she's going for the medicine. This has fish oil, nutritional yeast, so a lot of B12 and a lot of good omega-3s and 6s. And it's Simon's food from last night too, so it helps me get rid of that. And I can't remember if I put any churro treat in that one now. Thank Carter. Yeah, I did. I put a little bit of chicken and cheese, I think, in that one. Or tuna and cheese. Damn it, motherfucker. Okay, well, that didn't work out very well this morning. She didn't even finish the fancy feast. Definitely not feeling very needed, but I tried it at the... Interesting. It's really interesting that she didn't eat the fancy feast or the just the plain seaweed. Dude, she didn't eat hardly anything. Maybe she got morning sickness? Did mama cats get morning sickness after having the babies? And she's gone. I don't know. That way, she's going that way. I don't know if she needed that, because she definitely ate very, very little. That's only a few bites. Normally she vacuums up a bunch before leaving. What like I thought the fancy feast would have been eaten out for sure, because there was nothing adulterated on that. It was exactly the same as ever. No difference. Same batch even. And churro treats normally, like, it's gonna make them want it, not make them not want it. That's good, bro. I don't know, maybe I took too long and she feels like she needs to get back. With 8:10, I gotta pick it up. You can tell what? Oh no. Oh, wait a second. Turbo mode. It's upgraded to the Dyson model. This fluffy eating. Gather, hey. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Big Connect! My name is Carlos. I'm my own wife. Oh, I was crazy. My own wife doesn't even believe in me. Man, that whole shit was crazy back in the day, dude. If you weren't there for the BitConnect days, you missed a crazy show. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? BitConnect! People lost everything with that. It was not one of them. I knew it was a scam. I could tell it was a scam. I mean, get out of me. And my friend, I remember my friend hit me up and he was like, "Hey man, I know you're into crypto." He's like, "What do you think about this BitConnect thing?" I was like, "Don't do it. Don't fucking do it, my brother. Gonna rug pull." See, the way it worked, if you don't know, is BitConnect made it so that you would buy their coin and put it up, or you would sell it too. It was like a pyramid scheme for crypto too. And you would put it up and like you would gain interest, but you would eventually the only way to get that interest and get the money was to sell it. Hey! Damn it! Okay. Right. I have taken that fucking box away from her. I don't know how many times, dude. It's knocking off the table and chewing on it. Fuck, I'm looking at goddamn the replay or the. I'm not looking at real time. You know what I'm saying? There. Oh, it still didn't want that though. was gonna finish that fancy feast or just lick all the gravy off of it. Oh, going for the seaweed now. Unadulterated. Well, at least she's not cold out there. I mean, it's good for them to be around when it gets down to 40, in the mid-40s, below that. One of the cracks on my thing. I wash my hands so much, I think, and getting cat litter on them right after washing them. So I washed all the oils off my hand, and then I immediately replaced the oils with cat litter. And it like wreaking havoc on my hands lately. Wasn't bad. This I've never seen this before, but with her, like, it's gotten pretty bad. And I'm washing my hands a lot more with doing these. Like, every time I go outside, I have to wash my hands when I come back in. Fucking my hands up, man. I need to get the gloves again so I don't have to wash my hands so much. My hands, hands. I gotta rinse out her water bowl. I know you use this to try to get out of here. Fuck you. Oh, no, my brain is way smaller than mine. Did I just let you out of here with me? Why you follow me everywhere, asshole? Come on, let's go. My best buddy for life. Like. Oh. Hey, oh, wow, wow, look what she left me. Left me. That's gotta at least be enough for one cat to come through with. I shouldn't have to go out there already, man. It's Philly. I don't want to go out. I don't want to go out right now. 49 degrees. And I was stuck there. Goosebumps just thinking about going out again. Oh, I didn't wear my hoodie. Is that what happened? I was in a hurry. God, tried it. Man, not Fluffy's done eating out almost all the food out there, so... Well, I tried it. Must not be that hungry this morning. But she stayed there, like, calmly waiting. Yo, yo, yo. Saturday.
Been displaced by this tragedy.
Oh, they're speaking about the plane. The DEI hire speaking. Hold on. Let's get on for the people. Get it on for the people. Let's get it on for the people. All the way, just get it on. Let's get it on for the people. Hold up. Is that not a crown favorite of a song? Hold on. Let me get this straight. I'm losing viewers on that one? Show some respect, okay? Simon, you want to come back in? Sire? King Sire. Oh, you after you. Oh, after you? Yeah, it's your seat. Yeah, there you go. Want to sip it first? You want before I put my butt? Did I start my day off with letting Simon sniff my anus? Like spread it all open for him? Would he appreciate that? Do you think he would eat more? I don't think he needs to eat more. He's getting fat, dude. He's like 12. He's gaining weight every day. He's gaining the weights now. Lifted weights at night when I'm done with it. They do.
Okay, well, you all let us know when you're connected.
Oh, what's up with this scratchiness, homies? Let me see if I can help that out a little bit.
Are you all connected? Can you hear us well? Man. I know some people were saying they had no audio. Okay, we'll just give it a few seconds.
can do this.
Sherelle Parker, Mayor, City of Philadelphia.
That helps. Hold up. Did they get rid of it?
Yes.
No. I get rid of it.
Hello, Sherelle Parker, Mayor, City of Philadelphia.
Why is that so bad? I'm gonna find a different.
Let me just start by thanking you all for being
I'm
here.
Find a different
Today is
source,
Saturday,
so I don't have
February the 1st.
Do any of that.
I want to give you an overview.
Because that bitch is on a scratchy mic. Scratchy for me to wanna listen to. Wow.
Your city is working.
This is better.
Float for
what's going on here?
in the area and any Learjet by persistence.
Oh, it sounds like they all have it.
There's been a
city that took place.
I want to be.
Why do they all have it? Gonna get, never gonna get.
The right hand. This remains.
Are they all a little retarded?
Were injured in your prayer.
I guess so, dude. They all have the same.
Hello, Sherelle Parker, Mayor, City of Philadelphia.
I'm doing that to make it better.
Let me just start by thanking you all for being here. Today is Saturday, February the 1st. I want to give you an overview of where we stand. This remains an ongoing investigation, so the situation remains fluid and active. Our Philadelphia Police Department, our Fire Department, Office of Emergency.
He reminds me of the dude that was in Pulp Fiction, Marcellus Wallace. Ben Rames is the female version.
Management, first responders, with all of our local, state, and federal partners. They all worked through the night at this crash site. I want to personally give my deepest thanks to each of them and my gratitude for their persistence. At this point, we can confirm that there were 6 souls on board the plane that crashed on Cottman Avenue last evening. A pediatric patient, their mother, and a 4-person flight crew. This was a medical transport plane that took off from our nearby Northeast Philadelphia airport, and it was only afloat for a very short period of time before something went terribly wrong and it crashed. The aircraft, a Learjet 55, it was en route to Missouri, according to our Federal Aviation Administration.
I said it was Mexican.
That the city of Philadelphia, we mourn their loss, and they are in our thoughts and in our prayers. We can also confirm that at least one other person perished in this tragedy, and this individual was in a car. We can confirm that there are also a number of other victims who were injured in this incident, and they are being treated in area hospitals. And thus far, our count is that there are 19 injured victims. But again, this is not etched in stone. The investigation is ongoing. Investigators are poring over the crash site right now. Further updates will be provided as soon as they are available, but I want to be clear that we will find a cause for this tragedy. Let me give you an update on utilities, gas, electric, and cable. PECO, we know that there have been households impacted, and PECO is working to restore power. The same goes for PGW. They are working to restore service. Interruption, for which we've learned has been minimum, but they are working on it. Our other partners, like SEPTA, there are detours, and you should check for updates on their website at septa.org for alerts and other advisories. We are encouraging as many people as possible in the area to stay home if you can, because this is an active investigation. However, I do want to note that we have members of our police and fire and Office of Emergency Management on all of our blocks. No Philadelphian who is in the impacted area should have a problem moving to and from their home if necessary and they have to leave. Let me also state, and this is very important, our local, state, and federal partners, they are all working together as we work to address this tragedy. And I want to give a special thank you to Ralph Hicks, who is the senior air safety investigator for the NTSB. I just spoke with Ralph shortly. I know the director is on her way. She may be here by now, but I want to say a special thank you to them, along with the FAA. Our governor, who was with me last night here and continues to be right by our side, Governor Josh Shapiro, our Pennsylvania State Police, Pennsylvania Emergency Management, the Department of Environmental Protection, of course, our Philadelphia Police and Fire, Office of Emergency Management, Managing Director's Office, the American Red Cross for Southeastern Pennsylvania, our School District of Philadelphia, all of the agencies and officials, we are grateful for your support. I have to now recognize, and this is essential because, again, intergovernmental collaboration and cooperation is essential. And I do want you to know that I have been told, after speaking with first responders throughout the night, that this has not always been the case. But with the support of the White House, with the support of our U.S. Senators Fetterman and McCormick, our congressional delegations in Evans, Boyle, and Scanlon, every state legislator who is present here, Reps. Doherty, Nielsen, Solomon, and Bellman in particular, along with State Senator Picozzi, Councilmember Driscoll, Commissioner Dealey, and the Mexican consulate is here. We want to thank you so very much. Your assistance in working with our medical technicians and scientists, it has been extremely helpful, and we are grateful for your partnership. What you witness here on today is everyone standing up together, and it is the standard operating procedure for how we will address this issue in the city of Philadelphia. The next thing we've received a number of questions about, and it's important that we listen carefully here. Shelter. There is a shelter at Samuel Fells High School located at 5500 Langdon Street here in Northeast Philadelphia. It is being operated by our Office of Emergency Management and the American Red Cross, Southeastern Pennsylvania, and it is operating 24/7. The Red Cross disaster workers, they are there to assist anyone who's been displaced by this tragedy. Yes, people have already begun using the shelter, and we encourage anyone who needs assistance to take advantage of it. If you need to reach them directly, feel free to call 1-800-RED-CROSS for any kind of property damage as well, or for help in filing a claim. I want you to call 911, though, if you need assistance other than shelter today. So for shelter, 1-800-RED-CROSS. Anything other than shelter, we want you to call 911. In addition to that, mental and behavioral health. It's extremely important. If you need assistance with any mental and behavioral health services. We have them available through the city's Office of DBIDS. That's our Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services. We want you to call them. And again, the facts, because there's so much misinformation being distributed on social media, and we can't control that. So we wanted to make sure you have access to accurate information here on today. And that number that you should call is 215-685-6440, or visit www.dbhids.org. Now, how to help others displaced or impacted by the tragedy. I happen to be a praying mayor, and I know that prayer works. And the most powerful thing that you can do, if you're home right now, if you're anywhere across the nation or in the Commonwealth or the city, and you're saying, what can I do to help offer a prayer for our city? Now is the time that we need it. However, we know people want to help, and we are going to make formal, actionable ways available for you to assist. But we do ask you to please do not come to the site right now. Do not come to the site right now. It is still very much an active scene. No donations are needed at this time. No donations are needed at this time. If there is any formal structure, and this is extremely important, there is no GoFundMe established. Nothing has been established on social media to formally impact this. So if you are seeing that, Philadelphia, it is not formal, and we ask you to proceed with caution. I would stay away from it if I were you. We appreciate everyone's desire to help, and if anything changes, we will let you know, but we must, and this becomes extremely important as I, watch the NTSB along with the FAA, work with our forensics department and our Pennsylvania State Police. Right now, they need the ability to do their jobs, and that's what we want to make sure that we give them. So they're going to continue the investigation and efforts at the crash site, and it has to continue without interruption.
Yeah, they were saying that in California too.
We've received questions about this as well. Go online at ReadyPHL to receive regular updates from our Office of Emergency Management. This includes information on road closures in the area and any relevant information for the public. Right now, I want to close by saying we're asking you to be patient. Your city is working around the clock with all of our local, state, and federal partners on every element of this tragedy. There are no silos. There may be specific lanes. There may be specific assignments that each of these respective agencies are responsible for, but the left hand knows what the right hand is doing, and they are collaborating on a consistent basis. And in our city of Philadelphia, my gosh, are we grateful, because we wouldn't have it any other way. We want you to keep those who perished or were injured in your prayers. For those of you who were wondering why we were so hesitant on yesterday to not give you any formal and/or official numbers, it was because we knew those numbers would be moving, and we knew what would happen as daylight came upon us, that the investigators on the ground, and along with their communication with our area hospitals, they would gather more intelligence. So Philadelphia, I want you to know that we will not act in haste as we are reporting on this.
The new Snow White, her mother is of Colombian descent. Her maternal grandmother immigrated from Venezuela, Colombia to the United States in the 1960s. Her father is of Polish descent. Due to her ethnicity, Ziegler faced racial discrimination as a child. So that's the new Snow White that's coming out next month. It's not a white person. It's a South American, half South American. Snow White, they changed her into South American chick. If you didn't know, this is what she looks like. And they changed the 7 dwarves to like non-dwarf. They don't have dwarfism. Like only one of them has dwarfism. Kind of crazy. And they're saying that. What else? Grumpy. Who's Grumpy? Is Grumpy a dwarf? Grumpy's a dwarf. But they're not showing any of the other. I guess Grumpy's the only dwarf. Seems like it. Because I remember the dwarfs were getting all up in arms over it. They were pissed off that they weren't getting any acting jobs over it. Reimagining the 7 dwarves. To avoid reinforcing stereotypes from the original animated film, we are taking a different approach with these 7 characters and have been consulting with members of the dwarfism community. Numerous other actors with dwarfism responded negatively to the comments, feeling he was unduly speaking on their behalf and costing them roles. Yeah. Costing them roles, man. It's hard for a dwarf to get a job in show business. Like, this is perfect for them. Reimagine, consisting of only 1 actor with dwarfism, along with 6 other non-dwarf actors of varying ethnicity, 6 males and 1 female, portraying the associated set of 7 individuals who were originally all portrayed as supernatural beings from German folklore, not actual human beings. Yeah, Wee Man made a big deal about it, I remember. Disney's fucking went ultra woke for no reason.
Issue as much as we might want to communicate
most
immediately,
fucking parents
we will
aren't
not
gay,
share any information with you that has not been cross-referenced through cross-sector collaboration.
Why make it
and that's
gay,
extremely
Disney?
important. We will update the public and the press regularly throughout the day. Thank you all. God bless Philadelphia. And now is the time for us to demonstrate what our One Philly philosophy
That's some shit
means.
that some gay people would make up because they're
governor who's been here with us from the start.
thinking too much about other people's feelings.
We don't want to hurt the dwarf's feelings.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me begin by affirming what the mayor said at the conclusion of her remarks, that the city is working around the clock to keep people safe, to understand what happened, and to be there for those who are impacted. The city's been working around the clock at the direction of a strong and steady mayor in Sherelle Parker. And I want to say thank you to the mayor for her leadership. Leadership matters in moments of crisis, and demonstrated here by Sherelle Parker, our mayor. I also want to reaffirm what the mayor said about everybody working together with common purpose. There are no silos or stovepipes. Instead, it is everyone joining forces together. I want to lift up those state resources that have been here in Northeast Philadelphia working around the clock, and I want to thank the mayor for referencing them at the request of Commissioner Bethel, your outstanding police commissioner, Colonel Christopher Parris of the Pennsylvania State Police, who joins me here to the left of the mayor, and the director of the on any put it.
Wait, so they're not giving us any more information.
Take a few questions. Yes. What I want to do is ask our managing director, Adam Teal, and also our fire commissioner to come forward. Teal.
We've had, in this incredible tragedy that exists, the Philadelphia Fire Department did have 5 dwelling fires that were involved.
They always do these, don't they?
Extinguished. Our fire marshals are on location continuing to investigate and search every one of those affected dwellings.
And it sounds bad. Hold up.
As anybody who's been here on the scene or seen the scope and the scale of this incident can attest, this is a very large area with a lot of damage. And we are still working in a number of different ways to assess that damage. Right now, we are doing another, what we call a grid search of this entire roughly 4 to 6 block area, a very dense area, to ensure that we have found everything that we need to find, that we have checked in, as you heard the mayor say, with all of the residents, and we will continue to do that. We have teams who are going literally house by house, door to door, and also our license and inspections personnel are inspecting all of those dwellings, all the dwellings in the area, so we can be sure that we don't have other hidden damage or structural damage, and it is possible that we will still find that. So as you heard, this is still a very active and fluid situation. It is entirely possible there will be changes to those casualty figures that you heard. And this is why, as you heard the mayor say, we are being very thoughtful and intentional about this. We have a number of patients who are currently in hospital. We have a lot of unknowns about who was where on the streets of this neighborhood last night at the time of impact. So it will likely be days or more until we are able to definitively answer the question about the number of folks who perished in this tragedy and the outcome for those who are injured. Right now, I would certainly echo, please pray for all of those affected by, otherwise keep them in your thoughts, this tragedy. Adam Thiel, I'm the managing director for the city of Philadelphia.
Let me just state for the record that the NTSB, the FAA, all of our intergovernmental collaboration, it is all a part of an active investigation. When they formally have something that they can report, they will do a separate a press conference or press avail to affirm what they have recovered as a result of their investigation. But again, a special thanks to them for working in partnership with us. I also just want to state this for the record, because it came to light during one of our briefings earlier. There may have been some people in the area last night when the explosion occurred, and they may wake up and go out to get into their cars. They live in another part of the city, and they may have evidence actually on their cars. If that happens to be you, don't touch it. Just call 911 immediately. Our forensics unit, just an amazing job, but everything is essential to us addressing this tragedy. So just call 911 if that's the case.
The area of impact, that area is roughly 4 to 6 blocks. And we also have debris in remote area where something happened with the aircraft, and that's something we'll need to leave the NTSB to talk about. So it's a very widespread area, and we are still trying to understand the entire scope. So as you heard the mayor say, it's possible that if you are somewhere not even near here, somewhere between this location and Northeast Airport, you may go out and find something in your yard, something in your car. Please, as you heard her say, don't touch it. Call 911. We need to know that. This is still relatively early in the long-term trajectory of this incident. That will all be information you will hear from the NTSB at the appropriate time. The question about how
NTSB
large is this
doesn't tell us
incident, we are
shit.
still trying to understand that completely. For right now, call 911. If you have, it's very important. The police department has a very robust way that they deal with missing persons cases. So if you haven't seen somebody, you think somebody might have been in this area, you have a relative in this area, and you haven't seen or heard from them, and you're concerned, call 911, and we will take it from there.
Thank you. That's it. That's it. Before we conclude, let me state for the record, Managing Director Teal, Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel, Dominic, our fire commissioner, I have to say a special thank you to each of you for your leadership, to my senior team, Tiffany Thurman, Chief of Staff for the City of Philadelphia, Sincere A. Harris, Chief Deputy Mayor, Vanessa Garrett Harley, Chief Deputy Mayor, and the entire Parker administration, cabinet. Thank you all so very much for your support and the hard work that you're demonstrating. We will get through this, and we will get through it together. Thank you all so very much, and we'll report back later.
Questo vento di autoritarismo, di compressione dei diritti, le persone, i migranti, i richiedenti asilo non vengono considerati come dei veri e propri soggetti di diritto, ma persone che hanno un limitatissimo accesso ai diritti, quindi si sta creando una sorta di apartheid nei loro confronti, e questo purtroppo è visibile a livello internazionale, per cui io spero veramente che le coscienze si sveglino, ecco, che non dobbiamo essere dormienti su questo punto, perché è un punto veramente di civiltà irrinunciabile.
Italian Navy ship takes back 43 migrants after a third attempt failed to process them in Albania. Cartels have authorized the use of weaponized drones against immigration.
Allie Bradley live once again at the southern border, Del Rio, Texas tonight, with this story and what she's hearing. Allie?
Yeah, hey, Blake, probably not that surprising to you that there are some kind of unkind things being said about ICE and other local law enforcement that are involved in these enforcement operations. But these threats right now that we got our hands on, they're being taken seriously enough by CBP that they actually kicked out a memo across the agency warning of these threats. So we were able to obtain this through our CBP sources. Now, some of these posts are pretty aggressive here. Some of them, they're calling for just the outright murder of ICE officers. They're telling people, kill your local ICE police, telling illegal immigrants to defecate in the trucks, telling them to impale them with nails, to spit in their food. These are circulating across social media, causing this concern for these local officials that are boots on the ground. Now, Border Czar Tom Homan, he told our News Nation's Kelly Meyer this week that leaked information about operations has actually forced them to pivot on these ops and reschedule them because the safety of these officers is then at risk here. So take a listen to what the Border Czar had to say about that.
We got many target cities, but I'm not going to share them with you because we got to keep our officers safe. Matter of fact, Chicago, that operation was leaked, so we had to reschedule that one. So we need the element of surprise, right? Because officer safety issues. We don't want the bad guy to know we're coming to keep our officers more safe.
So this all comes as there were 2 reported cross-border shootings earlier this week, namely in Fronton, Texas. That's in the Rio Grande Valley sector, where Border Patrol actually exchanged gunfire with suspected cartel members. That video that you're looking at, that's the Mexican military response after the incident took place. Now, Blake, we also just got our hands on a memo out of the Rio Grande Valley sector that actually says that, this is kind of crazy here, that the cartels authorize the use of weaponized drones explosives against CBP personnel and U.S. law enforcement down there at the southern border. Now, they're actually being encouraged, of course, to remain cognizant and vigilant, but they're also being encouraged to use their long arms, Blake. I have never seen this in a CBP memo before. They say, wear your ballistic gear, yes, but they're telling them, hey, have your long arms. Yes, they are saying, watch out for these weaponized drones. We've seen a lot of infighting with two different factions of the cartel down in Tamaulipas, that is on the south side of the border in the Rio Grande Valley, and they have like an all-out war happening between these cartel factions. So they are warning now that they might be using these weaponized drones against U.S. personnel on this side. So definitely cause for concern there.
Wow. Our Allie Bradley live tonight along the southern border there in Del Rio, Texas. Allie, thank you. Thank you for watching, and make sure you go to
Diner duck for
Action
cover.
News reporter Becca Hendrickson is live with information from the scene there in Northeast Philadelphia. Becca.
Maggie, we are here at Cottman in the Boulevard. We're waiting on that press conference we've been telling you all morning is supposed to happen at 9 a.m. Now, I did speak with some officials this morning. More and more investigators are pouring onto the scene. The delay in waiting for that press conference has a lot to do with making sure that everyone, all of these partners with these, we've only had a couple hours seen behind the scenes.
I don't care about any of this. I just want to see.
Is what just so to rehab people on board, and it was on it. I wanted Boulevard. I was touched close.
There's what I want to see.
Flying into Four Seasons Diner. This is a restaurant near us, so again, about a quarter mile away. It flew in through the window and it hit a man in the head. I am told he is doing okay. We spoke with workers about that horrific scene this morning.
People also was sitting here. Nothing happened. This guy's here, but the guy left second booth hit his head.
How's he doing?
He was okay, but I mean he was bleeding. A lot of bleeding on his head.
Just a shocking incident to happen in that restaurant, again, a quarter mile away from the scene. So you really see just how far the impact of this plane crash was, how far that debris was flying. That impact we're still learning more about. We're not going to know the full scope of it for hours.
Great. Stop talking to me like I'm a fucking... I can't stand how fucking newscasters talk, dude. How they put on their words the same manner of speaking. What is that on the wing? What?
More than 1 million people in Japan are being told to avoid taking showers or doing laundry as rescuers try to reach a man who has been stuck in a massive sinkhole for days. The 74-year-old and his 3-ton truck were swallowed up by the sinkhole Tuesday morning. The hole has now reportedly grown to about the length of an Olympic swimming pool and is some 30 feet deep. The driver spoke to rescuers shortly after becoming trapped, but authorities say they have not heard from him since then. Rescuers have attempted to dig out the driver and flew a drone into the sinkhole to see if it was possible to climb down. They even tried to lift the truck with cranes, but could only pull out the loading platform, leaving behind the cab, where the driver is believed to be stuck. Authorities suspect the growing sinkhole is the result of corroded sewage lines with punctures in the pipes, leaking water into soil, creating unstable ground under the concrete. Officials have not ventured into the hole over fears of falling debris and are waiting until they can stabilize the surrounding area. There are efforts to build a nearly 100-foot slope to reach the man, but authorities warn it might take days to construct. Government officials have called on 1.2 million people across a dozen towns and cities in the area to hold off on bathing and doing laundry to reduce the amount of leaking wastewater and sewage into the hole, compromising rescue operations.
Oh, God.
Officials also say the sinkhole contains a gas pipeline and ordered the evacuation of 200 homes in the area because of that. Sinkholes have been popping up more frequently in Japan as the country's aging sewage pipelines fall into disrepair. For more on this story, download the Straight Arrow News app.
Dude, that's gotta be the worst way to go. Just hungry, thirsty, surrounded by human feces and piss. Why? Man, what the heck? All kinds of weird ways to die have been happening lately. Like the plane crashes, it's just like, what the heck is going on with that? And then this dude. Oh, that is true. At least it's Japan where people are decent enough to actually listen and not take showers. That is true. Right. And not flush. Try and tell them greedy Americans the same thing. The sink will be filled up with the city workers, excuses. I thought I'd say it was gonna be filled up with piss and shit because we'd all just be like, "I gotta go, man." Wow, that's pretty. Hopefully, there's no way that dude's still alive down there. Hopefully. I doubt it. Hey, Rally Sport 31. Mud chicken. Racist roads. What?
And stitching sounds like something you do with a sewing machine, but it's actually a plan to dramatically change our freeways here in San Antonio.
The News 4 team's Jay Avila kicks off his new Waste Watch segment tonight. It is our year-long commitment in 2025 to tracking government spending.
It starts with a controversial project using millions of your tax dollars to make highways less racist.
The $2 million will just go to study the feasibility of burying or capping I-37 and 3 other highways, which urban planners claim are barriers dividing minority communities from the rest of the city. When Isaiah Davila takes his daily walks on the east side, this overpass is the only way to cross busy I-10.
There is no other way to actually get around on that side. We have to come all the way over here.
James Norte with San Antonio for Growth on the east side, or SAGE, says the placement of our highways was intended to segregate and for decades has cut off Black and Latino neighborhoods from access to jobs and recreation.
Historically, the residents of the east side have not had their fair share of opportunity.
Norte believes capping and stitching our highways could be a solution.
So if you can imagine taking a highway, putting it underground and covering it, the stitching would be covering each side of that highway once it's underground so that it makes a smooth connection.
SAGE was awarded a $2 million grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation to study capping I-37 from Carolina Street to Broadway, I-35 from Broadway to Walters, and I-10 from MLK Drive to Houston Street and from Piedmont Avenue to Walters. The city of San Antonio also received a $2.9 million grant to study capping the I-37 section.
Do those roadways really cut an
anybody off? Can't people still walk and drive and get where they need to go? If you have a car, if you have that privilege, you can always get in a vehicle. But not everyone has access to the same reliable transportation.
He's not gay.
Cities like Austin, Dallas, and Atlanta have also been working on capping and stitching projects that cover freeways with parks and land bridges. In early January, the Biden administration announced $544 million in grants for such projects, which former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said could reverse racist highway designs.
But that obviously reflects racism that went into those design choices.
We need them to be able to
I don't think we
walk
have
to
anything
the
to
white
lose by
parts.
confronting that simple reality.
And it was one of their
Would
signature
it just increase crime in the white areas, though? Because now they're going to get their use more easily.
Advocates for taxpayers and drivers.
Crime's just going to get worse in the white areas.
We think that they're a waste. We think
don't
that it's going to
segregate
create
them.
intentional congestion on our roadways.
You know, I mean, we got to keep them over there because then they just kill each other more. If we let them into the white neighborhoods, they're going to kill us more.
The project itself would require
Isn't that
such
how that works?
a massive
Why
federal
wouldn't it work
investment.
like that?
It's unclear whether it will ever happen, especially with a new presidential administration. For the News 4i team, I'm Jay Avila.
And if you want Jay to
Will they kill
investigate a
more of
government
us if
spending
we let them
project-
near us or not? If a drug dealer can, if he doesn't have a car, but he has a gun, and you make it easier to get to your house, I say probably more white murders if they do that. We need a good study on that. We need to actually study it. Okay? And I'm part of that study now. Yeah, there are good black people, yeah, but if you look at the stats, black people kill more people than any other race. And it's usually they're each other because they're segregated the way they are. We keep them away. They do come into other areas of town, sure, and commit crimes in a disproportional rate. That's because the white man makes them do that, though. Right, never mind. I forgot. Oh wait, are we done with that? Are we done with that reasoning, or are we moved on from that yet? Oh, it needs another George Floyd. We'll go right back. Yep. I mean, there's a reason why the minority areas have the worst crime, isn't there? Is that because we make that? Is that because white people make that happen? Is that because they don't have the ability to walk out of their neighborhood easily and get into the other neighborhoods and cause a crime there instead? It seems like common sense that we keep the crime confined if we can. Not open it up. Don't open the borders up for crime to get into the nicer areas. Maybe let them kill each other rather than kill us. Not that I live in a nice area, I don't. But white people and Asians live in some of the nicest areas. And less crime. They probably don't want the expansion and the easy access to their neighborhoods from the high crime areas. I know I wouldn't. It's going to bring their property values down for sure. That would 100% bring their property values down, dude. I don't give a fuck if you have better travel. If you have better travel walking around, but now you got to worry about getting shot while you're traveling, who gives a fucking shit? It's actually worse now. They need to just get over. Here's another thing. What do they think's going to happen to their rent if they open that up in those areas? Because a lot of those people rent. The rent's definitely going to go up. Because now, since you can live there without the need for a car, the demand for living there would be much higher. So they would be shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah, you can walk there now, but now you have to pay more for the convenience. Now you have to move to the other area of town that's nowhere near here. Now you're not even... Before you could actually walk to it, now you can't. Before dawn, hundreds line up at LA Fire Relief Center to soon close.
Major Resource Center for Fire Victims is set to close today. The one-stop shop has offered everything from food to other critical support.
And that closure is leaving some feeling like they're in limbo. KCAL News reporter Cara Finstrom live at the Kaiser Permanente parking lot where a line is already wrapping around the block. And this spot doesn't open for hours, Cara.
Yeah, you know, we weren't sure what to expect when we got here about 5 hours before the hub opens. You can see the big line behind me, and this just goes on and on. Take a look. I shot some video from my phone just circling the block here. Hundreds of people lined up, all in need of some help. This hub has been providing crucial support to those affected by the fires. It was set up here initially temporarily. It's going to close today, but organizers say they are looking for another spot to provide this assistance. Marco Magayan Jr. is one of the folks here in line, and sadly, you've lost your home.
That's correct.
You're here with your mom.
Yes.
What kind of help are you looking for?
So we're looking for just any type of financial assistance, whether it's gift cards, grocery cards. You know, every little thing counts at this point.
How do they prove that these people
to have a lot of outside support, but even
lost a
support
house
from other agencies like this go a long way.
And you grew up in Altadena, so you were telling me this is not only the loss of your home, but just your whole sense of community and being.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we say beautiful Altadena, the people there, the location, it's a very tight-knit community. And at least in my block, pretty much the entire block's gone, you know, so things that you really loved and we sort of took for granted, now it's gone by the wayside. But, you know, Dena, we're strong. It's a beautiful community, beautiful people. And, you know, we call Pasadena and Altadena the city of roses, and just like a rose, we'll bloom again.
And I know you've been looking for aid. You said there's a lot of outlets out there, but it's kind of hard to get it all together. This was a stop. Once you were hoping a one-shop stop.
Yeah. So we heard about this from a friend of ours. So we're hoping we can get as much assistance and support as we can. But we're just, you know, looking at different agencies, social media, different places that we can find this type of aid. So this is one of the main ones we heard about.
All right, thank you for joining us here
I'm
this
gonna
morning.
hit them
and I can tell
all
you,
up tomorrow.
Some of the folks
Fill my
here have been
trunk
here
up,
since
baby.
yesterday. They got here yesterday. They closed before they could be seen, and they literally camped out here. They're telling me all night, looking for this aid. There are federal agencies here. There are state agencies, and again, they are hoping to move this to another location. We've put out a request, you know, to learn more about that, and as soon as we get that information, of course, we'll pass it along.
All right, Cara, well, that line shows you that the need is still here. People still need the help.
Absolutely.
All right, Cara, thank you so much.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, now, no.
Pass 25, get the CRJ in sight. Pass 25, pass behind this CRJ.
At 8:47 p.m., an Army Black Hawk helicopter collided with a regional jet in the nation's capital. The crash occurred over the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport, killing 67 people. It's one of the most restricted airspaces in the country, but this particular area has long worried pilots like retired Army officer Daryl Feller.
That's probably the most dangerous spot on all those routes in D.C.
So here's everything we know about why that area is so precarious. The 33-mile radius around Washington, D.C. is considered a special flight rules area. Pilots have to have advanced clearance from the FAA FAA to fly here, and aircraft must have altitude encoding transponders, among other things. Within that, there's a 17-mile flight-restricted zone around Reagan Airport, with even stricter rules. And then there are prohibited areas around the White House, National Mall, and the Vice President's residence. But even with the restrictions, it's still one of the most congested airspaces in the country, with civilian, military, police, and other government aircraft constantly operating. To help manage this, DC has designated helicopter corridors, as well as altitude restrictions to keep everyone safe. So what happened during the crash? Flight data shows the Black Hawk helicopter flying south down a helicopter corridor over the Potomac River. Military officials say the pilots were experienced and were conducting an annual night training mission known as a check ride. Meanwhile, American Airlines Flight 5342 was traveling north toward Reagan National. It was originally supposed to land on runway 1, with a flight path that goes up the river.
Dude, that's what somebody told me.
Jet was told to use.
That's what somebody told me. The planes coming from that approach would have normally hit a different runway. And that's possibly why the collision happened. They were looking in the wrong direction.
A different, shorter runway.
Check runway 33.
Yeah, we can do 33 for Blue 6342.
Change to runway 33, clear to land.
Runway changes aren't unusual, but it meant the plane had to bow right before turning sharply left and cutting across the helicopter corridor. A move that pilots say makes the jet hard for helicopters to see, especially at a low altitude.
Confusion with ground lights is what it's called. When you're flying south and you get just to the east of the airport, off to the left is southeast DC. And so there's a lot of city lights, street lights. I-295 is over there, so there's a lot of vehicle lights. What happens is low-flying aircraft will get lost in the background of all those city lights, and you can't see them if they're moving towards you, away from you, or you can't see them at all.
There are also questions about staffing of air traffic control that night and whether more people should have been working. Another potential problem was altitude. Helicopters are supposed to fly below 200 feet in this part of the corridor, but flight data shows the helicopter may have risen above 300 feet as the airplane was descending from 400 feet. Officials say data from the aircraft's recording device still needs to be investigated to confirm, but Feller says even if altitude was a factor, something else likely went wrong before that.
A professional Army aviator is not going to fly within 100 feet of a passenger jet. He's just not going to do that. I would suspect that he didn't see the jet.
During a press briefing, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said this.
There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DoD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DoD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable.
After the crash, the FAA announced it would restrict helicopter traffic in the area where the Black Hawk was traveling.
In theater this summer. What? Oh, no, there's a trans National Guard pilot falsely accused of piloting. What is
Let me tell you a
this?
story of how caught in the ensuing crossfire was an American soldier, Joe Ellis. She's a service member who has dedicated her life to defending this country. Spent 15 years in the Virginia Army National Guard, is a chief warrant officer, a combat gunner, a UH-60
And then decided to cut his penis off?
Joe is deployed to Iraq, Guatemala, and Kuwait.
Wait, is it a female to
She's
male?
also a transgender woman
I don't know.
who transitioned while in
Joe or
service and
Jocelyn?
coincidentally once worked as the digital media manager for Smirconish.com. Now,
What's
go back
that?
to Monday.
A gay website?
On Monday, President Trump signed
know
an
about
executive order directing newly confirmed defense
Yo, look at
secretary.
these phones, bro. Look at these freaking phones, dude. Is this video call phone? Man, those are fancy, aren't they? Oh god, where's the red phone at? He doesn't have one? Okay, let's brighten my ass up a little bit. Gotta go. Game on.
Today, President Trump signed an executive order directing newly confirmed Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to implement a policy to come up with the means to preclude transgender personnel from the U.S. military, arguing that being transgender is not consistent with military ideals. When I read that, I invited Jo to be a guest on my SiriusXM radio program. On Tuesday, she wrote a moving piece about her experience. We published it on my website. And then on Wednesday, she joined me for a national radio interview on SiriusXM. It was that night that the tragedy occurred on the Potomac. And by Thursday night and Friday morning, Jo Ellis was falsely accused of piloting the Black Hawk helicopter that collided with the American Airlines jet. And then absolutely horrific headlines like this. Offensive, conspiracy-fueled tweets ensued that went viral. Jo Ellis was the #2 most trending topic in the United States on X late Friday morning with more than 90,000 posts, according to Trends24, a website that tracks trending topics. I suspect the visibility that came from the radio interview, along with the article we published at smirconish.com, put Jo's name in play such that she became an easy target for some of the twisted voices that have outsized influence online. Jo became collateral damage, linked, blamed via high-speed internet to a tragedy with which she had nothing to do. Collateral in the president's unfounded theories and attempt to divert attention away from real conversation.
Yeah, well, that still doesn't fucking answer the question, who's the other co-pilot? Huh? Why aren't they letting us know? They need to let that shit out.
Conversations about who's going to lead our country and what truly happened in the crash. And now she'll forever represent a cautionary tale of how the combination of loose talk and trigger fingers on keypads can sully a person's reputation and subject them to online ridicule, scorn, and threats. Joining me now is Jo Ellis. Nice to see you, Jo. How did this all happen from your perspective? Where were you? What were you doing when you found that you were being blamed for the Washington catastrophe?
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for having me, Michael. I want to reiterate that I'm speaking in a personal status, not representing the National Guard, U.S. Army, or Department of Defense. My heart goes out to the families of the victims, and they don't deserve these rumors. I learned of this at 4:30 a.m. Friday morning from a text message of a close friend that a bot account was commenting on his Facebook post asking if he knew Jo Ellis, who killed those people in the DC crash. Then someone sent me a link to a Pakistani newspaper article naming me in the crash. And then I received a Daily Mail phone call asking if I was alive and if I knew what was happening to me.
What sort of threats, what sort of ridicule, what sort of, pain have you been put through as a result of this process?
Simon.
Well, Michael, I was not surprised by the hate. This is my reality. And now that I'm more visible, more comes. The false claims put me and my family at risk. I was surprised by the outpouring of love and support, though, from strangers all over the world sending me messages. And I believe love shines brighter than hate.
So I don't believe in coincidence. You know that about me. I see causal connection. I don't think that Jo Ellis would have been wrongly blamed for the D.C. catastrophe but for the comments that the president made in that press conference where, without foundation, he tossed DEI into this conversation. What's your reaction?
My reaction, Michael, is that I've heard anecdotes from many of the trans communities saying that they have been targeted since the comments of the president, and their safety is at risk. And I am very fortunate from a very privileged position, but other people are not so much, and this is really putting people's lives at risk.
Relative to your backstory, I'm going to put on the screen some of what you wrote earlier in the week. I've had symptoms of what I now know to be gender dysphoria since I was 5 years old. I learned early to hide these symptoms from my family because I thought they meant I was a bad person. This led to healthy and not so healthy coping mechanisms. I thought that if I could just be more religious, more successful, more manly, that I would cure my condition. I got married, bought a house, helped raise a stepdaughter, played drums in the church band, adopted a dog, all the things I believed a good man should do. And I really wanted to do those things, but I also secretly hoped it would fix me. It didn't work. You come from a family with a rich tradition of military service. You know now that your future service is at risk. Speak to the controversy that surrounds whether transgender individuals such as yourself should be able to serve.
Well, I believe in a meritocracy, and I have met all of the standards to serve. I came out while it was allowed and part of policy, so I did what I believe was totally legal while serving, to come out and to serve openly. And in my mind, I still meet those standards today. And any deviation from the standard, it should be what decides if a person should be fit to serve or not. Changing the standards to target a very specific group is very different.
Joe,
wait a second. They don't have standards, though. That's the problem. They don't have standards for physical readiness test. They're not a female nor a male, so they don't have a standard, man. They can't even, can they even make rank? I thought there was some discussion that they're unable to make rank or something because they're unable to pass a PRT test or something. I'm not sure, but I just want to hear what she said again. I was a little distracted on something, on that dumb shit.
So I did what I believe was totally legal while serving, to come out and to serve openly. And in my mind, I still meet those standards today. And
in your mind,
any deviation from the standard.
In my mind, I still meet those standards today. Of the male standards or the female standards? For physical. Like, can you still do the male standards as a female? I don't know. And if so, do you still have a penis?
Should be what decides if a person should be fit to serve or not. Changing the standards to target a very specific group is very different.
Joe, let's talk now about something you'd probably rather be addressing, which is your actual experience in flying helicopters. You know the corridor. You obviously were not involved in any flights there this week, but you know the corridor. Talk to me about your reaction to this catastrophe based on your knowledge.
Yes, Michael, I've flown those routes like many pilots. I've seen on the news many people speaking to this. I've always felt safe operating in that airspace thanks to the rigorous Army training that I've received and the helpful air traffic controllers that guided me along those corridors. I'm not an accident investigator, and I'm not really qualified to speak about the crash specifically.
Is it a particularly, I get that and I respect it, is it a particularly difficult area from your perspective?
This is why they're so fucking weird. Like, why did he instantly go to a big-ass smile? You forgot what we're talking about here, buddy, on national TV. We're talking about people that just died, and you not being an expert in something. I don't know, maybe it's just fucking trainees are always uncomfortable as shit because they already don't feel right in their own skin. So now you looking like fucking weirdo male dude with makeup on and titties and shit. So now you're feeling even weirder. So of course you're gonna smile at weird occasions and shit. It's just a sign of mental instability or emotional instability. Like they don't know how to show their, like Kamala Harris did that shit all the time when she was uncomfortable. That's why she smiled constantly.
Helicopter pilot in which to fly as compared to other places you've been? You've flown all over the globe.
I would say that it is busy, like many areas that have busy airports. There's FAA training that is required to fly into those areas, and we take all the necessary precautions anytime we fly into that area.
What has been the reaction from those with whom you have served to A, your transition, and B, the way in which wrongly you were injected into this controversy this week?
Overwhelming support, Michael, from my battalion commander, from the adjutant general of Virginia.
Oh, he's still in?
Up and down, left and right of the ranks, from civilians, from veterans. I've received messages from South Africa, from places all over the world, supporting me and serving me.
That same lady that's hit me up trying to get me to talk to her 10-year-old kid? I'm getting hit up from Africa. I'm getting hit up. Everybody's hitting me up. Nigerian princes are hitting me up.
And finally, I described what happened to you, Joe, as a cautionary tale for all of us of how just someone who is in service, in your case, in service to their country, going about their private life, all of a sudden gets thrust into the public domain in a prior era. You know, your injury to reputation would have been limited by how many voices could tell a story, whisper down the lane. But in this instance, when you were the #2 trending subject on X yesterday, it's all just a
Is this where everybody was getting that info from?
Final thought is my Army training has prepared me to handle the unexpected. And so I reacted in that way, and I made preparations and contacted the proper people to keep my family safe, to keep me safe. And nobody deserves this kind of false rumors and attention.
What are you talking about, dude? Nobody deserves it. What are you expecting when you're these people really think that they're normal and that nobody, like that their brains aren't a little off. They really think that they are completely normal, that they want to do what they want to do and be viewed the way they want to be viewed and all that. And of course, the transferring of hormones, that's not fucking wigging their brain out in any way. Since it's been used to one thing for so long and now you're giving it this other thing. We should just look at them just like they're normal. Not like they are a little off. Because that's prejudiced. That would be like looking at a schizophrenic and thinking, hey, that guy could hurt me. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? Why, like, you don't have to be an asshole. Be one with the schizophrenic. If he stabs you because you try to give him a hug, you should have been stronger. You know? You shouldn't have needed a male police officer to help you that day. The female should have been enough. Sorry that it wasn't. Next time we'll have 2 females patrol. Just in case. 2 females are better than 1. These liberals are teaching their followers how to snitch on ICE. Oh, I didn't see this one.
If you see an immigration truck or an immigration agent, what you're going to do is yell as loud as you possibly can, La Migra.
See, we came here because she wanted a better life for us. She wanted a better education for us. She wanted for us to have a better future. And now this is all going to be taken away because of him. Because of that stupid, oh my God, stupid fucking felon. He's a felon. He's a felon. He's a felon.
He's a felon. They love saying that. Dude, what, like... Dude, I've had felony charges on me multiple times, okay? What the fuck does that matter if someone's a felon? Like, what does that mean exactly? What makes you better? You just haven't gotten caught doing some shit? You know what I'm saying? Fuck you.
Yeah, and again! I'm not coming back. I'm never coming back here.
Do you know what you would do if ICE officers come to your place of employment? First, if you're the employer, you say, I am the employer. You cannot go to any area without my permission.
ICE in Chicago with my students?
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So by now, most of you already know that ICE have already started sweeping illegal criminals out of the country, okay? The deportations have already begun.
Just 3 days into President Donald Trump's second term, ICE says it has made 538 arrests and detained 373 undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities across the country. Here in New York, an alleged El Salvadorian MS-13 gang member, a Jamaican citizen facing child pornography charges, and a Honduran citizen convicted of drunk driving. The president's executive orders give federal authorities broad powers to detain and deport. The targets at the moment, though, appear to be suspected criminals, but New York City officials are prepared for anything.
Yeah, so we are seeing these criminals who illegally force themselves into the country being arrested by ICE and awaiting deportations. And to say that I'm extremely happy with these developments is a big understatement, okay? I am very happy. And you should be happy too. Listen, there is nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with legal immigration, okay? Legal immigration can be a very positive boost to a country's economy. It can be very useful to the growth and development of a country.
People have to build a fin for themselves when they come here, though.
Illegal immigration is a cancer, which when allowed to fester, can cripple a country. Now, many people with common sense understand that the deportation of illegal criminals in the United States is very essential right now, okay? Any reasonable person would understand this. But some fish-brained individuals think that it is wrong to remove violent criminals who snuck into the country illegally. And they have taken to their TikTok to let us know how they are going to undermine the work of ICE and also to encourage others to do so. These people are just plain ignorant. But let's watch.
I gotta talk to you about something. So you know what's kind of going on in the world right now with the president. And I want you to know that if someone in school will ever want to talk to you and ask you where are you from, or if you're from here, you do not have to answer them, okay? You do not have to answer nobody. If you need a parent, you always need to have mommy or daddy next to you at all times. Okay. Always. Okay? You don't have to. If someone were to ask you, I need to talk to you, I have some questions to you, what do you have to tell them? Now that you know what to do. What do you have to tell them?
They have to tell me about where
What do you have to talk to them? No, you don't want to talk to anybody unless your parent is there. Okay? You don't have to talk to anybody. If someone wants to show up at your school, you don't have to worry about that, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Talk to your kids, prepare your kids, because we just never know what's going to happen today, tomorrow, the next couple years. Unfortunately, all we can do is just prepare ourselves and our kids for anything that can possibly happen. I pray for every single person out there, and I wish, the next 4 years to go by smooth, and just pray for every single one of you, because we just never know. And this has barely been a couple days, and it has been a mess, and it's been a pretty sad month. I just pray for every single one of you. I know I'm not the only American feeling that way, because I've been feeling super, just the vibes.
Are you actually an American though?
Now,
what the fuck are you doing? What do you mean? Hold up.
Assume that the Trump administration hates children.
What? She's saying she's American, but she's acting like she's an illegal. Why would she care if the ICE talks to her kids if she's an American? Do they see themselves as American? They do. That's the problem. Remember, I just instantly remembered that girl that got pushed back across the Mexican border, and Joe and Oreo were talking to her. They had waded across the water to the other side so that they could interview people. They were waiting in line. They kept telling them they weren't going to let them in, and they ended up letting them in. down a ways. They made them walk down the ways, but they still ended up letting them in. For a while, we didn't think they were going to let any of those people in, and we were like, "What are you thinking, lady?" Like, because she was saying, what I'm getting at, my civil liberties. They violated my civil liberties by kicking me out. It's like she instantly thought she was an American. Anybody here for that night? Were you here, Sister T, Miss Bogle, Busy Brown, Ted? Remember that girl? And when they ended up letting them walk all the way down to like another gate and letting them in. Yeah. So thanks, Ted. Though, thanks. Somebody was here. So they see themselves as American, even if they aren't citizens. Just because they're here, they're now Americans. I think it must be.
And we all know that couldn't be further from the truth, okay? This administration have no ill feelings towards kids at all. And children who are living in the country legally actually have nothing to worry about. Africans. This is what unreasonable people...
She was an African, though. Why would she see? That lady probably never been to Africa. She was like a South American, Venezuelan or something. Do you have a problem with her accent, Busy? Send them to Africa.
People like this woman like to do, okay? They try to get you emotional in order to distract you from the main goal.
This girl's in America. You know. Why you gotta be all racist? Busy just is a racist person. Y'all have to excuse him. Sometimes he says shit that he has to let out the pressure.
That this administration is trying to achieve. Of course, violent illegal aliens, of which some of them are repeat offenders, are getting arrested and are awaiting deportation. But people like this woman would not bring up this kind of horrible people, okay? Rather, they would want you to focus on the children. Oh, poor little kids, they're going to be deported. Well, that's right. If the children are staying in the country illegally, then deportation is the final answer. There is no room for letting our emotions get in the way. And besides, it's not like these children are being, taken to the slaughterhouse, okay? They are not. Rather, they are being sent back to their home country where they can enjoy their full rights as a legal citizens. Then if they want to come back to the US and live in the US, then they can wait maybe after a period of time and immigrate legally. Plain and simple.
If you see an immigration truck or an immigration agent, what you're going to do is yell as loud as you possibly can, La Migra. And I mean at the top of your lungs. Make sure everyone around you can hear it.
Well, so they're actually they come here racist against white people, thinking that this was their land and we stole it from them. Kind of like the Palestinians with the Israelites. Israel, and now the Jews that live in Israel. Because it was the Israelites first before the Christian Crusades, which then they was taken over by the Ottomans and the Muslims, right? And then back to the Jews. But they feel like this was their land first. But, I mean, if we take this back further, though, maybe there were white people here, but they went back over, you know what I mean, with the horses. Because horses originated here. Maybe there were, we went over when it was frozen or something, over to Europe. Or is there research on this? Maybe they were actually, because... Well, Eskimos are they dark? They're kind of dark too, huh? Because I'm thinking white people were up north. They're Nordic people in Europe. So wouldn't they have maybe went up north and traveled across the cold region? The Spanish came. Yes, they are native to Americas. They were taken to Spain. No, they traveled over the land and they brought them back over here. Actually, look into it. Serious, bro. I know my shit on horses. I'm somewhat of a horse expert. They are native to America. Dude. Yes, horses are native to North America, but the horses seen in the American West today are not. See what I mean? Horses and their relatives evolved in North America millions of years ago. North American horses went extinct 11,000 years ago during the... Oh, wait. What? How was it in the... How are they... Oh, they're just... What? So the first horses were here, though. It says, horses and their relatives originally evolved in North America before traveling across the Bering Strait into Asia and further west. While northern horses were still parents as late as 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, or present, they had likely died out before Vikings arrived on American shores during the end of the 10th century. So I don't know how the fuck that works. Very first horses evolved in North America grasslands 55 million years ago. They deserted North America, migrated. There they spread west, Asia, Europe, Middle East, North Africa. Like this one says they never died off. They just spread all over the place. They all died off. So this. New research rewrites the history of American horses. Native Americans spread the animals across the West before Europeans arrived in the region. Archaeological evidence and indigenous knowledge show. This is from the Smithsonian.com, Smithsonianmag.com from 2023. Wait. The narrative about horses in North America, told in several written histories, is due for an update, according to a study published last week in the Journal of Science. After examining archaeological remains of horses, researchers suggest indigenous peoples had spread the animals through the America West by the first half of the 1600s before they encountered Europeans. The findings align with oral histories from indigenous groups, which tell of interactions with horses prior to colonizers arriving in their homelands. Meanwhile, written European texts from the 1700s and 1800s claim that horses only spread through the area after the Pueblo Revolt of 1680, a Native American uprising that temporarily expelled Spanish colonizers from much of modern New Mexico. More than 80 scientists and scholars co-authored the paper, including experts from Pueblo, Pawnee, Comanche, and Lakota nations, according to the article in the conversation by two of the authors. We've always known and said that we came across horses before we came across the Spanish. Jimmy Artberry, a paper co-author and Comanche historian, tells Christina Larson of the Associated Press. Horses evolved in the Americas around 4 million years ago. But by about 10,000 years ago, they had mostly disappeared from the fossil record, per the conversation. The magazine. Spanish settlers likely first brought the horses back to the Americas in 1519 when Hernan Cortez arrived on the continent in Mexico, per the new paper. Indigenous peoples then transported horses north along trade networks. So, Spanish settlers, to trace when the animals spread, researchers radiocarbon dated and analyzed the DNA of the remains of more than 24 horses found across the western U.S. The remains have been stored in archaeological collections countrywide. So, what do we have? Wait. Research provides exciting new evidence that clearly shows horses spread along native social networks in North America. Findings also highlight the importance of indigenous oral traditions and understanding history. Horses spread from Spanish settlers in the America's Southwest to the northern Rockies and Central Great Plains by the first half of the 17th century. So, I mean, they still came from Spain, though. So I guess the original ones did die off. How the hell did they come back, though? What doesn't make any sense, dude? How does a species just reappear? But we know it left. We know it left America. It went to Europe, and then it completely goes extinct, and then just pops out of nowhere again. That doesn't make sense to me. That's why I've always thought that it just went there and then was there for a while, and they brought it back. What do you mean it went away? We can go extinct and then come back? How the hell does that happen? Doesn't that take more than a couple thousand years? Make it make sense, Busy.
If there's any stores in the area, any restaurants, go in there and say La Migra. Let them know that immigration is there. If an ICE agent comes up to you, do not confirm or deny anything. You have no idea who's an immigrant. You don't know anyone's legal status. Do not speculate either. If an ICE agent tries to talk to you, say, I'm sorry, I don't know, I can't help you. Keep it moving. You do not owe them anything. Did you see something? No, you didn't. You didn't see anything. ICE agent comes to your door and nicely asks you, have you seen your neighbor? Do you know who this neighbor is? No, you don't. You have no clue. Actually, you've never even been in the street. Please pass this along. You have no idea who this can help.
This video right here proves this meme very right. It says, and deliver us from liberal white women. One of my friends used to tell me that the worst thing that can happen to America is a liberal white woman. I never understood her then, but right now I do. This individual is doing everything in her power to undermine the work of ICE. The very same people that is trying to make things better for her own country. Jobs will be made available. The cost of housing will be drastically lowered because less people are going to be competing for the available homes. Salaries will be higher, unlike when so many undocumented aliens are willing to work for less pay, etc. These people.
We just gave women the right to vote, right? And now look where they went with it. Because you think before women had the right to vote, they would be getting on social media or getting up on a pulpit trying to fucking save the illegal immigrants? You think they'd be getting up on a soapbox outside? Hey, save the illegal immigrants. They can't even vote. Remember that. They can't even vote, but they care more about their illegal immigrants than they do about their own rights. There's no way they would do that because they don't even have the right to vote and have any kind of say in it. So they're going to care more about that first. But now that they have that, this is what they're doing with it. What the come on, man.
People complain of these economic problems, but they actively destroy the efforts channeled at eradicating these issues. What a stupid move.
ICE did a raid in New Jersey today, and it proved that this was never about undocumented immigrants. This was never about criminals or safety. This was about imprisoning anyone who they deemed to be an immigrant. ICE went to Newark, New Jersey today. They went to some random business venue and just started arresting people. They arrested anyone who they thought was undocumented. And within all the people that they arrested were U.S. citizens and a U.S. military veteran. And Newark, New Jersey's mayor, Ross Baraka, is completely disgusted by the actions of ICE today, and he is calling it out. He said that the U.S. veteran was ridiculed and the legitimacy of his military documentation was questioned. He's also calling out the fact that ICE had no warrants in conducting any of the arrests, and they just showed up to this venue and started indiscriminately arresting anyone who they believed looked like an immigrant. It's also being loud at the fact that these actions are a violation of the Fourth Amendment. This is exactly the response that we should be expecting from our politicians. Baraka is not going to let this slide, and he is standing up for his residents. This was never about going after undocumented immigrants. ICE will arrest anyone who they deem looks like an immigrant. Doesn't matter if you're a U.S. citizen or resident. If you look like an immigrant, they'll arrest you. And that's exactly what we've been trying to warn people about. They are not just coming for undocumented people.
Like, if you look like an immigrant and you show them an ID that they can do everything and they know that that's a real ID, you know, because California's got a bunch of safety features built into it, or like whatever, their ID is looking kind of fishy and they don't know any English, yeah, we might have a problem. But if the person sounds like an American, looks like an American, or maybe has an accent but has the credentials and the credentials look proper, they're not going to arrest them, dude. Like, I don't believe that.
They are coming for everyone.
They are coming for everyone. They are coming for everyone. This is the most meaningless phrases I've ever heard. ICE is coming to deport everyone from the US, including themselves. Anyway, let's focus on the other thing she said. She said that ICE is not coming for the undocumented immigrants. Rather, they are coming for anyone they see as immigrants. Now, that is a blatant lie, and she knows it, okay? And let me tell you something. Even if ICE mistakenly takes in a fully documented immigrant or a fully documented citizen, I still would not fault them for that, okay? Or blame them for that, okay? Seeing as these liberals are coming out to confess that they would be jeopardizing the deportations and that they would encourage other people to hide information from ICE. And newsflash, no illegal immigrant is going to reach out to ICE and be like, arrest me, I am undocumented. That's never going to happen, okay? Now, the only thing that ICE can do is to start their investigation by approaching people who appear a certain way. And yes, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, if you ask me. If you get approached because of your accent, then you shouldn't be mad about it. Now, all you have to do is to clarify that you are a citizen or that you are a legal immigrant. And believe me, that will be the end of the discussion. But if you get arrested despite being legal, then maybe, I'm guessing that it was because you took the advice of these liberal women and you decided to withhold information and clear your name. Or you decided to lead yourself into a wild goose chase, just like this individual did, thinking that you are hurting ICE. She says, my fully documented ass running from ICE just to waste their time. Now, if she gets caught by ICE because she's pretending to be an illegal immigrant, she would still come to realize that she have also played herself, because not only would she be arrested for leading ICE to think that she is an undocumented immigrant, she have also wasted her own time by herself. So in case you don't know, ICE officials are not magicians, okay? And since you don't want to help them, the only thing they can do is to, you know, improvise. So I do not blame them for that. I would only blame them if they find out that you are a legal citizen or you are a legal immigrant and they still arrested you even after you have shown documentation. And that is something I doubt is happening. So guys, to tell you the truth, this deportation of illegal aliens is actually for your own good, as long as you are a citizen or a legal immigrant in the United States of America. I know it's not beautiful to witness, but it really has to be done, okay? As of 2024, over 11 million unauthorized immigrants are living in the US, and several million more people have arrived in the past 2 years on parole or with an uncertain legal future. And this situation is weighing heavily, negatively heavy on the country. And mind you, reporting certain issues like the presence of illegal aliens is in fact the most ethical thing you can do as a citizen. And it is also a big part of your social and civic responsibilities as a citizen of a country. And again, it is a crime to aid or conceal an undocumented person. It would be very stupid of you to risk going to jail for that. It would be very foolish of you to fight a federal law or federal agency, in this case, ICE. It would be very irresponsible of you to risk losing your livelihood, all in the name of protecting a criminal who forced themselves into your country without going through the right channels. I am sorry if you're hurt by whatever I said, but I'm just saying it as it is. Because for as long as US laws criminalizes anyone who comes into the country illegally, then everything I just said remains the truth. As always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a copy if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
Oh, hey, kitty. What you doing? You get there. I don't remember you being there when I left. Weren't you up there? Huh? What here? Are you so down? No, you can't. Whoa, what's this?
We start tonight with a large protest in National City where demonstrators took to the streets calling for change.
Or was this yesterday?
It was a wild scene most of the evening
as
hundreds of people rallied against the Trump administration's immigration policies. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Carlo Cicchetto.
I'm Marcella Lee. CBS 8's
So
Elizabeth
much
Sanchez
color.
is at
Oh, I
the
like
protest.
this news
She explains what sparked this demonstration and shares the message from those taking part.
Behind me, you can see hundreds of protesters who have gathered on Highland in National City. They got here late this afternoon, and many of them found out about this protest.
This is exactly what I was saying, isn't it? Who remembers me saying it? I said it, mark my words. Once the deportations start, the protests are going to start, and that's when Antifa and shit's going to come out of the woodwork, because they're going to have something to latch on to. Once you see parents separated from children and that, oh, no, daddy, no. Oh, what?
The sounds echoed by protesters symbolize solidarity with the immigrant community.
I went into motorcycle
As one
mode.
protester climbed a light pole and hoisted a Mexican flag, those around him cheered on, carrying signs opposing the recent ICE raids and Trump administration immigration policies.
We make America
Blue hair.
We are
Fellow
here.
blue hair.
We do so much for this country.
As the protest unfolded,
a
fight broke out, prompting other protesters to intervene and break it up.
Are they
From
fighting
the
each
air,
other?
you can see protesters filling the streets and blocking traffic as motorcycles perform donuts, adding a dramatic and attention-grabbing element to the demonstration. Police responded to the scene but didn't intervene, instead just closing off the streets.
They would have been right-wing doing that. They would have fucking hit them with the rounds, rubber rounds.
I'm tired of politicians talking about Mexicanos. I'm tired.
Oh.
If it wasn't for us, this economy would be in the tank.
Would it?
And let them deport them.
And no ice in schools.
I'm a teacher, and I will fight like hell for my students. We are trained to protect our students, and of course we are going to protect our students.
Other signs said they're here for their parents who immigrated. Even students from San Diego State came in support.
Trump and all of his people are spreading this dangerous rhetoric that all immigrants are terrible people and that people are coming here to just commit crime. And it's completely against the facts.
Some spoke about having friends or family members who are worried that they're going to be deported.
They're deporting people that are hardworking people. I've seen people.
Trust any dude with a nose ring that small. What's he doing?
This is what's fueling the protests.
His ear pierced up here too.
Activists and even children gathered.
That's a weird one.
Hours
up
later,
there
police
on your
opened up streets, but when protesters blocked police cars, they used tear gas to disperse the crowd.
There were also people out here spreading information about immigrants' legal rights on here, telling them what they should do just in case an ICE agent comes to their home or place of business. Elizabeth Sanchez, CBS 8.
Dude, man, we're gonna lose all these people to do all the work that none of us are capable of doing. And the migrant workers, that'll just not come back. Because we used to have the migrant workers that would migrate here, migrate away, migrate here, migrate there. They would migrate everywhere, man. I migrate everywhere, man. I migrate everywhere, man. I migrate everywhere. I'm going over here at the meatpacking plant now. Now I'm going over here to pick some onions. I'm migrating around. I'm a migrating man. Ow. Now they just want to migrate and like post up somewhere. Instead, they want to come here and try to become a citizen and post instead of doing the migrate thing. But they still, okay, the reason why they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to get all the benefits of a resident of America. The migrant workers, I don't think they would be getting all that shit. Like, I don't know if they would be getting the Medicaid and shit for their kids to be here. Maybe their kids would have even stayed in Mexico while they came here to work for a little while, and then they go back to their family. But now they're bringing their whole family here to leech off our system, and maybe even our system helps to it enables them to be able to have a baby without having to pay anything for it, because we pay for it. Instead, back in the day, we didn't let that shit happen. We didn't let a dude come up here with his wife. No, you stay in Mexico, lady. He comes up here to work. He gets the work visa. We let him work the field. And then we don't have to pay for her childbirth. Mexico pays for that. We have to pay for her or the child's health care. We have to pay for his health care unless he has an emergency, probably. And then he goes back home, and then he comes back when there's another crop. Like, they're right across the border, man. We don't need them living here. Paying for all their health expenses and subsidizing their food with food stamps or their rent with welfare. None of that used to happen. We had it. We had them. Some of them would do it. Some of them still would come here and live here and take advantage of our system and legally. But they got to the point now where these people want it to happen. Like, yeah, it's normal. These people need help, man. Let them come on in here. Like, no, dude, y'all don't understand. This didn't used to be like this. It happened very fast. It changed. And for everybody to be okay with it, it's almost as if they were brainwashed on social media somehow. You can't have my cap, kid. You can't have my cap. It's my cap night. You can't have it. Bop, 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 bop. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. No, no, no. You are doing much. You're not supposed to touch me. Off. The paws off me, kitty. No, you can't have that. No, she took it. I should have known better. Have the cap off. Oh, how companies are dodging Trump tariffs.
In this 1.1 million square foot warehouse in Fort Worth, Texas, millions of dollars worth of goods are stockpiled ahead of potentially sweeping tariffs expected to be levied against China, Mexico, and Canada.
This is a import-heavy economy. Most of what we consume comes in from Southeast Asia and China. A lot of those goods might be coming in and have a tariff slapped on them.
Front-loading is a tool companies use to buy and store their goods in advance, in this case to avoid pricey tariffs. Big brands like Walmart and Columbia Sportswear are executing this strategy. Walmart's imports from China rose 33% from 2023 to 2024. Columbia Sportswear imports went up 50% during the same time and jumped over 80% during the March to December period. At the same time, container imports from China to the United States have surged.
I think 2024 have really seen a lot of front loading happening. At first, shippers needed to react to the Red Sea disruption, and now it's Trump tariffs coming into force.
But for some companies, front-loading is not an option.
Just from the execution standpoint, I'm just curious on how it will happen, how folks are going to navigate.
The point you're making is any business manager's worst nightmare, which is planning for the unknown. The uncertainty of this situation keeps me up at night. I'm often asked, what are you doing? How are you planning for it? And my answer is, I don't know.
President Trump said he expects to put a 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada beginning on February 1st, and discussed a 10% tariff on China. A tariff is a government-imposed tax on imported goods and services. And if tariffs are enacted, it's not only companies who will see higher prices, consumers will as well.
Prices will definitely go up on everyday items. So from the cars we buy and the gas we put in them, to the iPhones, laptops, and tablets that we're so dependent on, to the clothes we wear and the food we eat, like avocados, corn, tomatoes.
They'll go up temporarily,
are going to go up.
And people won't buy them.
So how are companies preparing for potential tariffs, and what impact will they have on shippers and consumers? CNBC traveled to Fort Worth, Texas, a major hub for logistics companies located a few hundred miles from the Mexican border, to find out.
Yeah, we do. Man, I make shoes last forever. Those shoes that I wear outside, every time that I go out to the food, I've had those things since like at least 14, around there. So at least 10 years. I bought them at Ross.
Paul Brazier is the head of global supply chain for ITS Logistics, a leading U.S. shipper with annual revenues of about $1 billion.
So tell us a little bit about this facility.
Well, we're in the heart of one of the most important distribution
before I even started streaming, so like
in the United States. Dallas-Fort Worth services pretty much 75% of the United States within about 2 days. Everything comes through here. So you've got electronics, you have infrastructure goods, you have food.
The warehouse is also filled with Chinese and Mexican goods and components. To avoid potentially expensive tariffs, many of ITS's clients have front-loaded their products. Starting in November of 2024, shippers of all sizes started bringing in their product to avoid the Trump tariff. Lenovo imports from China rose 22% from 2023 to 2024. How many of these products that we're surrounded by with are sourced from China?
I'd say well over half. It comes in large quantities. It comes in ocean containers and trucks.
The biggest category of product here being front-loaded, components used in infrastructure projects.
So right now you're looking at 500,000 square feet of product that is used for domestic consumption. These are components that go into the things that are building our bridges, our roads, and electrical equipment.
Yeah, but Trump said he was thinking about not levying a tariff on that because of rebuilding
goods that are being shipped forward right now and have since November.
And what's the reason behind the front loading, particularly when it comes to the components for infrastructure?
Well, those budgets are made 2 or 3 years in advance. And if you have a 20% increase in the cost of goods, that blows most of those budgets out of the water.
Data from Import Genius backs that up. Imports of solar panels, AI server racks, backup power supplies, and lithium batteries that are used to power data centers surged in the second half of 2024. Consumer goods like sweatshirts and smokeless fire pits are also sitting on these warehouse shelves. Walmart and Columbia Sportswear, they're front-loading in a lot of product ahead of these tariffs to try to mitigate those increasing costs. Warehouse is not cheap.
The medium size and the small importers are the ones that are probably the most adversely affected by these kinds of decisions. The larger players in the market, they have a huge distribution center network. They have the infrastructure in place to be able to navigate these fairly easily.
In the U.S., the top products being pulled forward include sneakers, housewares, appliances, and auto parts. And that spells big business for companies like ITS Logistics. ITS Logistics makes money on several different fronts. They make money not only by moving each piece of product, they also make money by storing the items. And so those extra costs, are they also passed on to the consumer?
Yes, all costs, like anything in commerce, usually get passed on to the consumer.
Dia-Stags, baby. I got my Dia-Stags on. I got my Dia-Stags on. They're made in China.
Rick Muscat is the president of Dia-Stags, a family business that makes $50 men's shoes sold at Macy's, Kohl's, JCPenney, and Amazon.
That's pretty cheap.
The business imports about 2 million shoes annually, and about 98% of those are made in China.
What about the 2% that aren't made in China?
Who exactly comes here?
How much are those?
This is where we work with most of our retail buyers. They come usually every December and June for a major trade show.
Footwear, at the center of the last trade war, is back at the forefront of the dispute with China. But unlike its larger competitors, Dia-Stags doesn't have the ability to front load. Walmart has the size and the capabilities that companies like Dia-Stags doesn't have. They have warehousing, they've got trucking networks.
Walmart sells an enormous amount of shoes in this price point, moderate price shoes. They have more levers to pull than we do. So during COVID, when container rates skyrocketed, they chartered vessels. They could buy a whole vessel, which will have hundreds and hundreds of containers. We couldn't do that.
Footwear companies already pay hefty tariffs. There are over 430 duty classifications on imported shoes. Some of those tariffs were established in the 1930s.
The shoe has a leather upper, and men's shoes with a leather upper pay an additional 7.5% duty on top of the pre-existing duty, which was 8.5%. So we now pay 16% duty on this shoe.
Why?
Muscat fears additional tariffs will impact not only future orders, but those already in place. How many shoes that could, in theory, be out on the water that you have ordered right now that could be subjected to a possible tariff, and it's not priced in yet at the Macy's of the world?
There could be 200,000 pair that are made and heading towards us that might have a tariff when they arrive that we didn't know when we bought those shoes.
This is the kind of thing that causes importers, shippers, customs brokers nightmares, because you're essentially changing the price after it's been imported, and who is going to have to pay that difference? It becomes a logistical nightmare.
I see things shipped before it happened is...
To prove he's on the hook for the tariffs, Muscat showed us his invoice from U.S. Customs.
Can you explain to us what exactly this is and show us in terms of who is paying the tariff?
When we import the shoes into the United States, U.S. Customs and Border Control sends us an invoice and takes the money out of our account. Once the importer pays that tariff, it's part of our cost of goods, and it affects our selling price accordingly. And it lists the product we brought in and what the duty rate is. And in this particular group, we had 3 or 4 different products. Some were at 6% duty, some were at 12.5% duty, and the aggregate of all of this came to a total duty of $6,133.90. For the shipment, we were billed that amount, and U.S. Customs pulled that amount from our checking account.
So it normally...
So not China's bank account, but your bank account.
For it, yes.
Muscat says higher tariffs will translate into higher prices for his consumers.
The increase in the tariff will ultimately show up at the price tag when a consumer goes into a store, and the consumer will pay more.
Prices are definitely going to increase, and I think that's a big message that consumers need to be aware of, is tariffs are paid for by the consumer.
There's no capacity in the United States to make these shoes. We would have to open up factories in the United States, which is capital intensive. We'd have to build factories. The machinery used to make shoes is no longer made in the United States. Shoemaking is very labor intensive by its nature, which is why production has moved over my career around the globe to low labor countries. I believe that the chip industry got an enormous subsidy from the federal government to build manufacturing plants in Arizona with billions of dollars. But I haven't heard anything about government funding coming to the footwear industry for us to build shoemaking factories.
Check this out. Because we don't need fucking... Everybody doesn't need 10 pairs of shoes, really, do they? Like, I wear the same pair of shoes every time I go somewhere, pretty much. I have different pairs, but I never wear them. Primarily because I need to be able to feel the pedals in my car easily. I need a sole that doesn't have cushion in it. I don't think it's that bad for us not to have this enormous shoe option pool. Is it? Do we need that? And like, look what's going on with like Jordans and people reselling, the resellers and shit. Like, what's really going on? Fuck all that. Oh, where is it? No one can tell that your sneakers or basketball shoes are worth $1,000. I'm sorry. It's just ridiculous. They look like basketball shoes, dude.
ITS's Fort Worth warehouse is located about 400 miles from Laredo, Texas, the largest land port in the U.S., accounting for 35% of all U.S.-Mexico trade that crosses the border.
And what about Mexico? How much of Mexican trade comes here?
More and more. There's one whole side of this warehouse that's probably 50% Mexican goods.
But higher tariffs on Mexican goods could disrupt that pipeline.
The expansion of tariffs on Mexico and Canada, how is that going to impact the flow of trade?
Mexico is our largest trading partner. It's going to adversely affect it in a myriad of ways. It's going to increase the cost to move goods. There's not going to be enough equipment to load either northbound or southbound. If there are additional fees added to just the movement of goods, it's going to impact the consumer both here and in Mexico. We could get to a...
Dude, look, what's he looking at? He happy as fuck.
It's going to impact the consumer.
What I was just thinking though, and I brought it up before, this is what they actually should do. 100% tariff on tequila. 100% tariff on tequila. Why? Because we don't need people drinking anyway. And if they're going to drink, they should drink local. We got plenty. There is a cornucopia of assortment, variety of American drinks. Yeah, you might not be able to have tequila. Do you really need the fucking tequila? Do you really need that shit? You know what I mean? 100%. If you really want it, then you're going to have to pay 100% more for it now. I doubt you'll want it that much. I mean, maybe get somebody off of the juice because they were addicted to tequila specifically or some shit. Because why not tariff the hell out of their alcohol? Trump? That's the first thing we should tariff, dude. Who gives a shit if they're drinking our alcohol?
Both here and in Mexico.
Let me see who the biggest importers are of ours.
In 2024, Mexico was the largest importer of goods to the U.S., ahead of China, accounting for $466 billion in imports. Mexico also produces 3.5 million vehicles annually. 76% of those are destined for the U.S. market.
Distribution facilities just like this one also handle exports. And the big threat with the trade...
Mexico's #1 for us. In 2022, Mexico is the largest importer of hard liquor from the United States, importing 4.17 billion. Okay, 4.17 billion from us. How much did we import from them, though? Biggest importers of Mexico alcohol. United States, and it doesn't give me a number. Oh wait, here we go. Exported. In 2022, they only exported 4.86 billion in hard liquor total in 2022 to all. That doesn't say to break it down. United States only 928 million. It's their fastest growing market right now. At 928. So 928 million versus, wait, they import 4.17 billion from us. Holy shit. Hold on then. Yeah. They actually import 4 times more alcohol from us than we do from them. Very interesting. So now what? Now what do we think about this idea? Is it a bad idea? My stomach hurts.
War is retaliatory tariffs.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said her country would hit back if tariffs were imposed. The nation's economy minister said 25% tariffs on Mexican exports would impact U.S. companies operating in Mexico, particularly automakers, costing 400,000 jobs.
The other item that we may not want to forget here, of course, is that the other countries will retaliate. China will retaliate. Mexico will retaliate. European countries will retaliate if we become more hostile for them.
25% tariffs could reduce Mexico's GDP by 1.7% over the next 5 years, while increasing the country's inflation rate by 2.3%. U.S.-Canada trade may also be thrown into turmoil. Canada, the largest source of U.S. petroleum and crude oil, a top mineral provider for EV production, is also a major supplier of chlorine used to disinfect drinking water. Almost all of Canada's chlorine exports go to the U.S.
How regressive is a tariff when it comes to the impact on the supply chain?
Well, it's a pass-through cost. Everything that we do gets passed to the consumer somehow. And this is another additional cost in supply chain that needs to be accounted for somehow. And in most cases, that gets passed on to the consumer as well.
Oh man, I was dancing in the street. We're taking it to the streets. Taking it to dancing, 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 and it. Boom, 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 boom. We're taking it to the streets. American hostage released. Oh, Trump confirms war with Panama. Somebody, YouTuber, said it. I'm fucking looking, man. I'm looking for the news. Looking for the news, are you? Oh, Billy. That's right. It's Saturday, man. Saturday night's alright, not me. Saturday night's alright. She said she had a meeting with Donald Trump.
So in New York City, ICE raids have taken dozens of illegal migrants into custody, including suspected gang members and accused killers. Yet a massive migrant shelter that would house 2,000 men is still slated to open in NYC next month. Angry residents, they're speaking out.
I have never been afraid in South Bronx. I am now terrified. I'm terrified for me, for my students. I will have to move.
As literally someone that has lived this experience personally, you should be ashamed. It is not okay for you to take our tax money.
Ken Janello is the ICE acting deputy director, and he joins us now. Ken, thanks so much for joining the program. I know you don't know much about the shelter, but I do know that there's a lot of criminal aliens in New York City. How is this going to make it difficult with New York being a sanctuary city for your job?
Well, obviously, I've been speaking about sanctuary city policies for a long time now, and you see all the great work that the men and women of ICE have been doing in this administration. The problem is the sanctuary policies basically there's no cooperation with local law enforcement. So NYPD, unfortunately, can't cooperate with us on our administrative immigration cases. So when we had a unit that was based out of Rikers Island during the former Mayor de Blasio time, when they strengthened the sanctuary policies, they kicked the unit out of Rikers Island, which basically meant that those people that we would vet that were foreign-born aliens at the time, that we determined to be amenable to removal proceedings, we would take into custody. And, you know, on an average at that time, over 10 years ago, we were taking, you know, about 100 a month. So if you do the math, that's 100 a month. You're talking about 1,000 to 1,200 individuals that are now being released right back into the community.
So just correct, so the audience understands. So when there's a detainer put on a person, typically, if it's not a sanctuary city, you got a criminal alien that's in the jail. You just want to come and pick them up. As a result of the sanctuary city, you can't do that. So these people are back out in the public, and now you got to send a task force to go after these people.
100%. So basically, someone gets arrested, charged with a crime. They go remanded to custody of Rikers, and then we lodge an immigration detainer, which is also accompanied by an immigration warrant. And due to the sanctuary policies, they will not accept the immigration detainer nor the administrative warrant. So they just release the criminals right back into the community to reoffend. And there's a lot of recidivism with these individuals.
So let's just talk about New York City so the audience can see a picture. We're talking about, I think the last number I heard, around 60,000 criminal migrants in the city. That does not include the gotaways. And we're not just talking about 60,000 people that are illegally in the country, but they have committed a crime, right?
That's correct. I remember quoting some numbers a couple of months ago that it was around that. Unfortunately, it does not include the gotaways.
That's right.
So like you said, when they release these individuals back into the community, as you've seen over the past week, the amount of force that's needed to go out and arrest them, because obviously a lot of these people are bad actors. They're violent felons, and they have the upper hand in their apartments or residences. So when you're going in, you need to ensure you have safety and a show of force. And sanctuary policies also drain taxpayers' money, because now we have to send all these resources out to try and arrest these individuals that we could have just taken in the confines and the security of a facility or a jail. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Real quickly, I only got about 15 seconds, but there's rumors going out there that ICE is arresting American citizens, right? Can you just dispel that? There's a difference from an American citizen that is detained when they're around another criminal migrant, but they're not deporting or arresting American citizens, right?
That's correct. Obviously, there's some misinformation and false narratives that are getting played in the media, which unfortunately always seems to accompany our agency. But ICE does not arrest U.S. citizens unless they have a specific criminal warrant for a U.S. citizen. But on an immigration enforcement, for the civil immigration cases, we do not arrest U.S. citizens. We focus on criminal aliens and those that present a danger to national security.
Sir, thank you for all that you do. Your men and women are doing a great job out there. I want them to stay safe.
Thanks,
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Cops have, oh shit, something's going on in Skid Row. I just realized the cops have it all roped off.
Jonathan, these days and months are, of course, more than just a notation on a calendar. And I wonder what message it sends to Pentagon employees and beyond that this is happening.
Chris, at some point, I'm going to be rather blunt, but I'm going to answer your direct question. What it says to those employees is that the federal government, from the President of the United States on down, does not care about you. I know there are folks on the right who think that all of this focus on people's identities and characteristics are ancillary and that it's all quote unquote woke and PC and all of that. But when you're asking people to come to work, you're asking them to come to work comfortable and in their, fully comfortable in their own skin. And for someone to be able to walk into their workplace knowing that the agency, their bosses, acknowledge the fact that they're African American or that they're Jewish or that they're Native American or AAPI or LGBTQ, it makes that person, that employee, feel welcomed and that their contributions are valued. And what we're seeing from the president on down is that if you are not a white, straight, Christian, cisgender male, you do not count. And that is why I am still trying to figure out the best way to talk about this without my head exploding. But that is where we are right now, Chris.
So, Amy, this has been, let's say, a difficult time. I'm going to understate it. A difficult time to be Jewish in America. I've just been texting with a friend of mine who's the president of her synagogue. She and others want to know, is it ever going to stop? Their feeling of being threatened, their feeling of being othered. What do you see as the importance of this?
Look, well, I wholeheartly agree with what Jonathan said, and I would say in particular, it's not only just that if you are a white, straight, Christian, cisgender male, you don't count. You're actually to blame for everything evil that's happening in our society. We saw that with the president's response to the horrific, heartbreaking plane collision the other day in DC, and we've seen it in this broader use of DEI or diversity as the code word to basically advance a broader assault on fundamental rights for so many communities across the country, particularly for the Jewish community. Even if this mandate didn't include the elimination of commemorating Holocaust Remembrance Day, it would still be incredibly dangerous because we know that protecting inclusive, pluralistic democracy in which each and every community is safe is inherent to Jewish safety. So if one community is under attack, whether it's in the form of attacks on the Black community, the LGBTQ community, immigrants, or others, it ultimately threatens Jewish safety as well. But the fact that this mandate specifically names Holocaust Remembrance Day among so many of these other commemorations is a clear reminder that Jewish safety is inextricably linked with this broader assault on diversity, equity, inclusion, and that ultimately the scapegoating and attacks that we're seeing here are going to come for all of us and make all of us less safe.
And I should mention that just this week, the world marked 80 years since the liberation of Auschwitz. And my colleague, Jesse Kirsch, spoke to one of the remaining survivors who was tattooed when she was less than 2 years old. And she says she wants people to know what happened to her was real. This is what she said.
They have to know that it's true. Because it's so unbelievable that nobody can believe this. It's so that they want to see my number because they have no
idea.
No picture in the brains, and it is possible to make tattoos for small children, for children, adults, old, everything. You have degradation. You are just a number. But this number is not only on the skin. It's deeper.
And it makes you think, when is, for example, a moment of silence more than a moment of silence? It's a reminder, right? Not to ever forget what happened. So it may seem to some people like, okay, this is a small thing. Maybe it makes sense because it's taking away somehow from the workplace. This is inappropriate in the workplace. What do you say about what, in most instances, is a really, it might be a sign, it might be a poster that recognizes that this is a particular day in history? Does it matter?
It absolutely matters. You know, I'm the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. My grandparents have been gone for a long time now. But how we continue to tell their story and the story of all who survived and frankly and didn't survive is precisely how we prevent history from repeating itself. And that's true in terms of why we celebrate and mark Holocaust Remembrance Day and teach the Holocaust in our schools where it's required in so many places around this country. And it's true in terms of why we observe Black History Month and Women's History Month and Native American History Month and so much more. The attacks and the assault on teaching our history, whether it be in the form of book and curriculum bans, the elimination of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, the attacks on teaching ethnic studies, or so much more, are intended to effectively whitewash or erase history so that we can't learn from its histories and prevent it from, so that we can't learn from history and prevent it from repeating itself. We need to understand it in that context and in the broader context of the draconian dehumanization that we're seeing happening in our politics. The attack on DEI and diversity, equity, and inclusion goes hand in hand with the dehumanizing policies attacking immigrants in the LGBTQ community, with Elon Musk and his apparent Nazi salute and his comments that we should effectively get over the Holocaust, with so much more that we've seen over the last few weeks. All of it is intended to desensitize us to this hate, to forget the lessons of history, and to allow these dehumanizing authoritarian policies to move forward effectively.
What are you doing to my cheese? That's not enough, huh? You don't want to go for that one. Always go for it. Oh, gotcha. Simon. Ah, good catch. Catch. Oh, nice.
So will the Senate launch their own probes into these air disasters? Republican Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin is with me now. I don't know if you heard the president speaking just moments ago, Senator, but he was talking about how these studies come and go and they get put into the archives and are never heard from again. Is that too cynical a view of a congressional investigation of what's been happening here?
I actually think he's spot on, David. Here's the advantage we have now is we have Sean Duffy, Secretary Duffy, that's going to be leading this investigation. I believe Congress will probably defer to him at this point because we know we can trust this administration. We know we can trust Secretary Duffy, and we'll be briefed on this next week. Once that briefing takes place, he'll tell us what his procedures are, what he's going to be doing moving down the road, and then report back to us. I think it's premature to say that we're going to do our own investigation. Most of the time when we do our own investigation is when the administration isn't forthcoming with their information and we have to do it ourselves. In this case, we, like I said, fortunately, David, we have an administration we can trust. We have a president we can trust. And unless something comes up to force us to move forward, we'll probably let them move. And then we will take the appropriate channels we need to react, either through legislation, through certain rulemaking, or bringing in the FAA themselves and help them change their procedures.
Of course, that hasn't stopped members from the previous administration chiming in about the president's concerns with DEI programs that may have led to staffing shortages. Pete Buttigieg was the former transportation secretary, chimed in saying the president's remarks were despicable and then said that we didn't lose any air traffic controllers under his watch. Well, the records don't show that. It does seem to be understaffed, and a lot of the understaffing may have to do with the changing of prerogatives for the positions.
Well, David, where the FAA towers get trained is right here inside Oklahoma, in Oklahoma City. That's their training hub. And I will tell you, we were having a hard time filling their classes because of DEI, because of the diversity, equality, and inclusion that they required us to have. You couldn't fill the role, rather than us just simply saying we need the best and brightest individuals, and we're going to hire you specifically on merit. We're going to train you specifically on merit. Instead of these classes being 100% full, we were at 80% or 70%. And it wasn't from the lack of individuals applying for it, except each class had a ratio that they had to have on it. So President Trump is absolutely correct. When you're not hiring people based on merit and expertise, you're hiring them based on diversity, equity, and inclusion, then that has a huge, or equality, I mean, that has a huge problem moving forward for us. Yeah. So we have to make sure that we follow exactly what President Trump is doing. And by the way, he's a successful business guy. He didn't get successful by not putting the right people in place. If we get the right people in place, our government will run smoother. And that's what he's saying here. We had to put the right people in place. So Pete Buttigieg carries no credibility. The only reason why he was there was probably because of DEI to begin with. President Trump is putting the right people in place to get us on track.
Senator, I want to switch gears to the nomination process because these are times when you really need a full staff of the executive office and you don't have it yet. We had a couple of security picks. Excuse me. We had Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel speaking before the Senate this week. Different views of who did better than whom. I think Kash Patel fought back harder, and Tulsi Gabbard, there's still some Republicans that have problems with her. But both of those people, Tulsi and Kash, are talking about how we need to reform our intelligence process, our post 9/11 intelligence process, which has become too political. They share that vision. No matter who's in power in our intel community with the Trump administration, is that going to be the number one duty to try to take the politics, because too much of that intel was used to go after political enemies?
Absolutely. Tulsi and Kash are both dear friends of mine. Tulsi, I literally call her my sister. She calls me my brother. Kash is a very dear friend that I have enjoyed getting to know over the recent years. Here's my thing about intelligence is that we aren't getting the information we need in Congress. They have not been honest and forthcoming with us. They play more on politics. There hasn't been a briefing that I've received in the last 4 years that I didn't hear all about on news before we actually was down in a skiff. If we're able to remove the politics and get those individuals in the field mission focused and put those that are in the office mission focused and get away from the politics, get away from politicizing it, but simply do their job, then we as Americans will be so much farther ahead. Our allies can depend on us, we can depend on us, and the American people can start trusting the government to what degree they choose to again. Cash and Tulsi will restore that. There is no question our intelligence agency has been politicized by the Obama and the Biden administration, and it's been going on far too long.
Well, it happens from time to time. It happened with the Nixon administration when they politicized the FBI, and certainly it's happened when Donald Trump first came into office for his first term. Senator, great to see you. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it.
David, thanks for having me on.
Probably a good idea to do that. I always like this pipe, how thick it is in the middle. I don't even remember where I got it. Might have been a free pipe. How thick it is. The middle's the best part, I think, though. Oh, it's that thick, straight piece of, instead of being paper, I mean, they had to use more glass to do that. It gives this chunky feel to it. There's some things I don't like about it though. Like, we'll get into those though. I just need to get a ultrasonic cleaner. Make it easier to clean because both the holes are a little small. Can't really fit much up in there. Except the pipe cleaner. A Q-tip. Nah, baby, that's a no-go situation, my man. That's a no-go situation, my man. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. You can't do it. So you can't, got it. You gotta, can't. Got it. Yeah, I soak it too. I soak it in the hot 99%. Hot 99%. I double boil it. So what I do is I take boiling water and then I put the Ziploc bag with the 99% with the piece into the water that's at boiling temperature. So that increases the alcohol at the boiling temperature, and that's what really does the job right there. Temperature makes a huge difference, baby. Makes the most difference. That in percentage, you're gonna want 99% if you're gonna do it. And 9%. I use freezer bags; they're the best ones. Well, melts out the pipe. %, and the heat. Forget about it. Forget about it. Out of here. I mean, I've had to use salt in the past. I think I've usually had to use salt when I was messing with cold ISO or 91% ISO rather than 99%. That 10% makes a pretty big difference. But I buy it in bulk. 99% is normally expensive, but if you buy in bulk, it's not too bad. That's what this is. Most people are using 91% because that's what's commonly available in retail stores. I have to use that for the Puffco though. We're supposed to. For the atomizer, just in case. I just use it for everything now. It cleans so much better. And I was able to get a smoking deal on a bunch of these small ones. Ace of them. How much you wonder, huh? I bet you're wondering. I can find on 2 shakes. I gotta pay rent. It's all. I mean, it can make a difference. It can definitely make a difference if you, but you have to be able to seal both ends up and really shake it. You got to really be able to agitate it. Yeah, no, I mean, the coarser the salt, the better. Also, but table salt or the salt works better in 99% alcohol also, because as you may know, salt dissolves in water. It doesn't dissolve in alcohol. That's why people use salt. But when you're using 91%, well, it has 10% water to start dissolving into. So, like, I don't know what that does. Like, if that helps or hinders the salt's ability to clean once it's saturated what water is in. Because it'll get to an oversaturation of salt in that alcohol water mixture. I don't know if that hinders or helps the alcohol's ability to clean at that point, because the salt's not there for a solvent, the salt's there for an abrasive. Oh, last time I bought, I'm gonna type salt, no, probably, no, not salt, alcohol. Oh, yeah, here, it cost me, I was buying them single, like I bought 2 of them singularly, one of them for, which I paid just buying one of these things. You invoice. $2.49 each. Oh, they were pretty cheap, dude. $2.49 each for the 16 fluid ounce ones. I got 4 of them at the time. It's like, yeah, it's 4 of them for $13.19. That was in October 2021. December 2016. How much did I buy some for? Wow, I got some back then. Let's see, it cost me back then a bit more. $6.51 for it at the time. For that small bottle. So I got a smoking deal when I got 4 of them for $2 something, $2.50 each. But then when I got 12 of them, how much were they? 2023. 12 for $27.46. Okay, so that's actually a better deal than I got. No, it's about the same, or a little better. A little better. I got for the 4 deal. 4 for $2.50, whatever. $7.46 for 12 16-ounce bottles. And now that same thing costs, damn, $36.92. Oh wait, but there's a coupon. Save an extra 25% your first subscribe and save, so you can always just do that. It'll drop it down automatically, probably. Well, but still won't. Okay, I'm gonna see what it'll drop it down to. Curious how bad's the economy gotten. Comes to the isopropyl alcohol. Check that. Check out. Puts it at $29.99 out the door. $29.99. Oh no, it's $27.20 plus tax. So that actually put I have to act like I'm doing subscribe and save and shit, and it puts a 30% off, and then I would have to later on just uncheck that. But yeah, it's about $30, about the same price as it was back then. You do that, Amazon. Heavy. I remember. Yeah, if I wanted, or this one. It's the War album. Powerful cinematic scores for building drama and tension. Something's happening, man. What's going on right there? Guys, you see it? I'm trying to know. Doesn't he get it? Time's running out, man. He's acting so lazy. Oh. They've infiltrated the system. I just got word. They don't even know. He's in. All the way in. Inserted, downloading. Johnny Mnemonic. That was a trippy movie. Apparently dolphins are smarter than humans, according to that movie. Crime is this? Somebody's dead, probably. There's red tape. Yellow tape, and then red tape. Probably a drug overdose. But it could be anything at all. Let me just look at here. Report came in of shots fired. Someone said at 11:14. That was a minute ago. But I don't know. Let's see. No. No, because it starts 10:59. Maybe if I could roll it back, I can get different. No, I can't even roll it back, dude. So the first message I can get it was from only 16 minutes ago, and it's been going on for longer than that. I had to ask. I don't like this one. I'm Simon Cowell. Oh, Kaiman Sowell. In a city, there was a bum He had a drug addiction. And he let the people know. February 1st. In theaters. On YouTube. The Death of a Junkie. It's a fucking epic song though. I could definitely do something with this. I was in the movie industry. I asked, is anybody answering? Hey, nobody's answering me, dude. My feelings are hurting. Why isn't that SUV moving? Are they involved here? Oh. Because no one knows. No. That one doesn't pass. Do you ever just think it's all over? You ever just feel just can't do it anymore? Well, we got just the drug for you. Spinalia. Spinalia has been shown to make people feel good with minimal side effects like diarrhea, blurry vision, anal itching, scurvy, sickle cell anemia, and schizophrenia, and rare cases. Talk to your doctor today. I thought that was it. Anal itching only happens in 25% of patients. I might have went too far with the anal itching, I'm sorry. Because no one wants to think about anal itching until they have to. Then they wish they would have thought more about it before. Yeah. PSA. Think about anal inching before you have to, folks. That way, you're prepared. You could have tapeworms. Dude, if you've never had worms, don't even talk to me. You don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like out here on the streets. I had worms when I was like 5 years old. I remember the doctor pulling one out of my ass and showing it to my mom. Little fella, that poor little fella wanted out of there, but they were itchy. Poor little fella wanted out my bum today, daddy. You want to scooch across the floor like the dog. You want to scooch across the floor. Dude, I wish that YouTube would show me fucking little kid wrestling things, dude. Fucking hell. I did nothing to deserve this. I'm punished by YouTube. Alright, what about this dude? What about this dude makes him special?
That result from young people, medical records, or less.
Oh, he's at AutoZone. That's already special. I gotta get some food, man. See if I can find something to put on before everybody leaves. Chuck Holt. That was the guy's name I was trying to think of. I've been everywhere. I've been everywhere. Okay.
Look at those things. Those are yours.
What are you talking about?
And I know they're not the best. I'll try to get better ones next time. These I know are not grade A. Not grade A. Meow. Meow. Skippy. Honor. Oh, I could care less what a real roommate would do. Meow. Meow. Oh, okay, we'll come down to your level. It's our routine. What's that? What is that? Meow. That's like the sound of a beer can for us. Oh, did I get some in my eye? So then I have him lick the lid. Come on. Clean the num-nums off the lid. Yes, a good boy. Yeah, come on, there's more. Come on, clean the lid. Good boy. Oh, I know there's not much on that one. Okay. Here's your num-nums. Okay, back to food. CJ. Trying. I need to measure the height of the bed. I'd love to have a chair that's got the, when I sit on the edge of the bed, it seems to be like a perfect height. You ever notice that? Do you ever notice when you're visiting other restrooms, there's a toilet that just feels right when you sit down? Oh my. So I just learned the Philly, I was wondering, because I knew there would be no news last night, really. The Philadelphia plane crash had one ground fatality from a person in a car, and 19 injured. And there's nothing left of that airplane. It drove into the ground hard and just incinerated. Just watched videos from the neighborhood up there in Philly, helicopter footage. Oh my. Well, it's fully loaded with fuel. You know, ready to fly to Springfield, Missouri. So, I just watched a couple pilots one that I know and another that I'm following. And yeah, the plane probably stalled. The two most dangerous parts of flight are landing and takeoff. More so taking off because you don't have airspeed yet. How can I eat that chili if you were around me? We wouldn't be eating that. Why? Why wouldn't we be eating that? What are we going to be eating? Eggplant? Oh, hey, Rise. Good afternoon. Good. Well, I guess maybe you call it evening over there. It's dark already. I'm okay. I just slept a bunch more than I should have. Hello from Holland. How are the tulips? Oh, making me do that military time math. I was like so impressed decades ago when I learned, oh, you just add 12 or subtract 12. Oh. It's not so hard. But when you're in a dogfight, do you change your play-by-play instead of saying at your 6, Jake, at your 6? But if it's the evening, do you say at your 18, at your 18? I don't know. Might be just the chili. You know, it's got strong chili powder in this chili. Do you have a little taste, Bandit? Yeah? Eliminated 100 units per hour. Oh, he's right there. I just went downstairs and he was laying there asleep. I disturbed his ass. He yawned at me. He came up, and I gave him num-nums over there. And I don't know if you know this, Rise, but when you're, I'll show you guys. I'll give a little YouTube lesson here for you live watchers. Where's YouTube? It's here somewhere. Sorry, I should never open YouTube because I should never open anything because I get distracted as I try to get where I'm going. I have to watch this about this generator.
Okay, I wanted to do a short video here on my 12,000 watt generator that I got from China.
12,000 watt generator from China. Let's remember that. All right, I'm going to show you something here. If I can cancel that. All right, we're slow here. All right, I'm going to show you something here. Okay. You can pull up the red line at the bottom, right? And I think you could do the same on your tablet or computer. You can drag it. Let me do it this way. It's too hard that way. I think you can do the same on your tablet or computer. You can drag it backwards and go back in time while I'm actually live. Go back a little further. Oh, where are we at here? Ah, my fat fingers. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Who is this guy? So, yeah. Oh, come on. I'm trying to do this. I should watch. Ah, my fat fingers. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Who is this guy? Loki. So, yeah, so if you want to try to hear something I was talking about, you can just scrub backwards a little bit. And could you do that, Linda? Can you speed up? I guess you could, right? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to try and do it. Rise, oh, I need to do some stuff around here. I fixed another furnace yesterday. Yay. Hoping to get paid. What is floating around in that coffee? That did not look good. What is in this coffee? Is there something in there? Or maybe it's just a spoon when I'm looking through the side of the glass. Oh, hello, Rise. Oh, hello, daughter. Ooh, hi, don't forget me. Oh, hi there. Hello. Oh, hi. Oh, yeah. Not flat. That's right. What's up, Fredo? Yeah, just chilling. Bye-bye. I bet that sounds real good in double time, Linda. Hi, Paisley. That's a pretty name. Paisley. I used to have a Paisley shirt. She wouldn't understand what that is, probably. Paisley shirts were big in the 60s. I bet, Putty Cat. I can see it. When I started saying it, I says, "Oh, I bet that sounds interesting." I'm gonna have to try it. And I don't think I have any Paisley shirts left in the closets even. Brad Paisley. Who's that? Paisley shirts. Anybody remember those? Oh, there. Oh, Paisley. Here we go. Bandit, what are you doing? Bandit, say hello. Oh, you were nibbling again, weren't you? I didn't even see that. What are you doing, Bandit? Meow. 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 What are you doing? Oh, yes, Linda. Paisley ties. Yes, yes. Oh, Brad Paisley. I knew the name sort of sounded familiar. I was thinking it didn't sound right. That's right, Brad Paisley. Marcus, yeah. Happy Saturday. It's sunny but chilly out. That's what it looks like in America. She wants a kitty cat? Oh, get her a kitty cat. I won't say anything else. I'm not going to be an influencer. You'll hate me then. 45. Finally got over 32. Yeah. Oh, you do have a doggy. I was gonna say, do you have a doggy? Get the doggies are awesome. Ozzy, I love that. What kind of doggy? It's good for kids to be around animals. It makes you a better human. Unlike Governor Kristi Noem, who is our new Homeland Secretary. But you can't talk about that with your, we won't talk about that here. Ozzy.
What?
I found some old photos, that box of photos I was going through of two of our first dogs.
She had a dog put down or something.
Terry was the first one, a Cocker Spaniel, and
or something.
Hotsy.
What'd she do?
I don't know how we came up with that name. That's so long ago.
Could have done it with that. Not paying attention to.
Krusty Botox. That's a good name for her. It makes us better people, that's for sure. Having domesticated animals like that, especially dogs. All right, I'm gonna go silent for a second.
Why especially dogs?
Silent.
Why do dogs do that? Especially. Oh, let's see what we got going on with this predator. Viewer discretion is advised. Advised of you.
All right, let's go.
You have been advised to view your.
When I say fried pickles, just call a Reading PD.
Or if you are squeamish about freaks of nature, deserve to go straight to prison. No collab, $200.
Hey, Jim. Jim?
Huh?
James?
No.
No. Hey, where are you?
I'm right there.
Oh. How's it going?
How you doing?
Good, good, good.
Good.
I got to talk to you about some messages We should probably go over the girl
All
that's
right,
talking to you
dude,
on Facebook.
by the way,
Yeah, I know, it's all good.
this shit says 71-year-old gets very worried when called offending for third time. Pennsylvania.
Do you just want to have a seat right there? Yeah, I know.
Hell,
but,
man.
you know, we just got to go over it if you don't mind. It's voluntary to talk to me, but I think we probably should. I just want to go over it with you. I know you're a good dude and all that. I know it.
Look, I don't want to get jammed up.
No, I don't want to jam you.
Seriously, I don't want to get jammed up.
I'm not here to jam you up, man. I just wanted to have a conversation with you. And look, honest, as long as we're just honest about it, I'm cool, man. That's all. My name's Gordon. Sorry to meet you like this.
Yeah, but
I just want to talk to you. That's all, man.
you just want to talk.
Yeah.
Are you going to charge me with anything? So,
well, one, I can't charge you because I'm not a cop, so I'm not here to jam you up or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen. I'm sorry for what I did.
Okay.
Okay. I won't let it happen.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
I kind of want to go over why it happened and if it'll ever happen again. That's kind of what I want to figure out.
I can guarantee you, from the moment we leave here, it will not happen again. I guarantee you.
Okay.
I swear to God.
I appreciate that, man. Genuinely appreciate that. So I do want to I do want to like ask then. So
he swears.
You're a smart dude. I wouldn't ask you something you wouldn't know, but like, why would I be here talking to you about?
Probably my prior history, things like that. Why is this dude filming me?
That's for safety reasons, just to make you become a bigger dude. I just want you to be assured I'm not here to ask you for money, you hurt you or anything like that. That's all it's there for. So we're on the registry, right?
No.
Okay, so prior history, what do we mean?
Like loitering and prowling.
Yeah.
Minors, things like that.
Right. So were you on the registry?
No.
Okay. What's of minors? What happened with that?
Like about 25, 30 years ago.
That's like pictures, right?
No. I was involved with a minor back when I was a teenager.
Right.
Can you get this dude's camera off?
He can stand back some. Or he could stand.
So that's like Brian. That's what Brian did, dude, with his sister. He was a teenager, but got with a minor, like someone way younger than him.
On that side too, so it's not on you.
He doesn't think he did anything wrong because just kids being kids.
No, but I don't know what's. Are they cops?
No, they're not cops. They're just with me for safety, just in case. Because I know you're not going to hurt anybody, but I want you to be assured that I'm also not going to hurt you. You know.
Listen, I can assure you this is not going to happen again. So, can you please leave it at that?
I'm more than open. I'm more than open to that, but I want to go over what happened. So you mentioned a minor's fine. So how old is Emily then?
I don't know. I guess she's young.
Just say again.
Young.
Right, like we're talking 5 or 6 or?
No.
How old?
Maybe I don't know.
What did she tell you?
Yes. I don't know her age.
Well, yeah.
10, 11.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, I appreciate your honesty. Yeah. So, again, I don't feel the need to go through all of these with you. Obviously, I guess we can both kind of infer what was said, but, you know, were there any pictures sent to her that might have been like...
Not that I'm aware of, but...
Okay, so...
There may have been.
Okay, so if I were to go through this, would I find any pictures of, like, your at all or anything like that? If it is, it's okay. I mean, I'm a guy, too. I've sent some less than flattering pictures.
I'm not supposed to be sending pictures to a minor. Come on.
Okay, so... I get you're not supposed to, and I appreciate your honesty about that. It shows me that, you know, you actually care about turning this around. But, I mean, did we send, like... Like what this picture here? I mean, what is this?
That's me.
It's your what?
Me.
Your
Yeah.
Okay. What prompted you to kind of send that?
I don't know, just to strike her curiosity.
Kind of just guide her.
She kept questioning, asking questions of me.
Okay. So just kind of like to teach her things or kind of show her kind of new stuff?
Yeah, that's it.
That's fair. So, I mean, I got to ask then, because, you know, obviously it seems like, you know, I don't get the feeling that you're here to hurt anybody or do anything.
I'm not here.
No. So, I mean, how common is it for girls to be online like this, getting curious and all this?
I don't know. It's a common thing.
It is?
Yes.
How long did you know about girls kind of doing this stuff online, like at her age? You don't know?
They're really
Has it been
common?
like years? Has it been?
No, not years.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like I guess when did you first start seeing girls kind of act this way
I
online?
really hope it's not common.
Oh, it's like the natural thing. I mean,
how old are these girls usually doing this type of stuff? I mean, to me, it's crazy even having this conversation. I mean, you know, it takes two to do it, obviously, but like, how old are these other girls?
Oh, I don't. They vary. Like 18 to 14 to 18, you know.
What about how many other girls are around his age?
Dude, his argument,
like that you've seen online.
his argument with it being natural is the same shit that Outlaw says too. I just got done saying that. It's natural. It's what we do. We're just being kids.
Or that I've tried to talk to online, like how often is it a girl that's like 11 or 12 comes to you?
Oh no, not often. I usually try to talk to women that are appropriate age.
Over age? Okay.
Yeah.
So honestly, has that kind of, has that line kind of been crossed a couple times where it kind of sinks into something a little bit too young?
No, I don't desire to serve it or harm anyone, you know.
No, I know you don't desire it, but have there been a few times where you've gotten like carried away or anything? No. So this wasn't getting carried away?
No, sir. Well, it could have gotten carried away, but no.
Okay.
No.
So,
but I assure you, this will never happen.
Never ever.
I can assure you that.
So I wanted to ask about some other stuff. So here a picture said, you know, send me a picture of your. Did she ever send that?
No.
Okay. What kind of prompted you to ask her for that picture?
Just curiosity.
Curiosity? Okay. So I wanted to ask about this. You never put your. Why not? Girls do it all the time. How far did you go with a boy?
Sort of like maybe teaching her because she was questioning.
Okay. Because looking through some other Facebook messages and on some other apps, it seems like there's quite a few younger ladies under 18 that have come to you to kind of learn stuff or whatever. I mean, am I right about that or
no?
No? Okay.
That's good.
Because what I'm saying, did y'all talk on Telegram at all?
No.
Okay. When did we first get Telegram?
Oh, I don't remember. I had it, I guess.
Okay. Do you think your activity on Telegram has been appropriate or inappropriate?
Appropriate.
Appropriate?
Yeah.
Okay. Because what it looks like on Telegram, and I'm more curious about how they're even doing this, how they're even finding you, because again, it's not you taking the pics yourself. But from what it looks like is on Telegram, there's people that are sending you inappropriate photos of kind of younger people. That's what it looks like on Telegram. So I'm more curious about how that started and how they even find you. It's not like you're out.
They find me, I guess.
Okay. So what happens with that?
Nothing. I mean, just conversation. That's it.
Okay. How old are these girls that send you these photos on Telegram?
They're adults.
Well, I'm asking about it because asked, are there girls my age on Telegram that send you photos? And on your end, it said, yeah, they do send me that. So I'm wondering, like, you know.
No, she asked if they do. If girls her age do.
Right.
And I said yes, because it probably does happen.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure. And you mentioned.
But I want to be straight up. This isn't gonna happen.
Right. And look,
I'm too old. I'm 71 years old.
Right. And Jim, if I wouldn't talk to you, I wouldn't be talking to you if I thought it was going to happen again. Okay. I know you're a good enough dude that hey, I don't think a slip up should determine everything. Okay. This is what it is. It's just stupid stuff. It's internet bullshit. Okay. But the internet can obviously be a place that drags people into stuff they don't want to be a part of.
Yeah. No, listen. I have no intention to touch or harm anybody.
Right.
Are you recording me?
Oh, yeah, it's proof that I didn't make any threats to you, absolutely. But
I'm assuring you that there's no intent to harm anybody.
Right, and if I thought there was,
you didn't tell me you were an officer.
I'm not an officer. I told you I'm not, yeah.
Okay, but I assure you, this is not going to happen again.
Okay, so.
He knows he's fucked now.
I can assure you.
Okay.
As sure as I'm sitting here talking to you.
Okay.
And as sure as you shaking my hand.
Right.
You'll never see this again.
And I
never see this again.
No, and I believe you on that, but obviously I want to kind of figure out what's been happening that's led up to this point. Because obviously I'm the only girl that's been younger than 16 that's talked to you online. Obviously that's not the case. Okay. But I'm curious, like, are these girls like, are they just offering to send you these pics, or like what's going on?
Yeah, that's what they do. I mean, like.
Okay, and I'm not talking about adults because I watch the time and whatever. I don't care. I'm talking about underage kids that have kind of talked to you. Like, what are they talking about with you?
Well, I don't really conversate with them like that.
Okay, but
my goal is to be with adults. You know what I mean?
No, and I get that's your goal, but it's like, It's like kind of like it's kind of like a buffet. Sometimes if you go for the same food over and over, sometimes you want something different. I don't care about that.
Yeah, but it's not wanting something to physically touch. No, that's not it.
Is it more of just a curiosity?
It's just a curiosity.
Okay. So if it just stops at pictures, I'm not really too concerned about that, but I'm more concerned about...
It is. It definitely is.
Okay.
It definitely is.
Stopping at pictures?
Yeah, I don't have no intent to harm anybody.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because and look, Jim, I swear if I thought you were going to harm anybody, I wouldn't be here talking to you. Okay, I really don't think you're that guy, but you don't want to be looped in with those people who do want to harm people. Okay,
no.
So. Look, I know there's been other younger ladies under 16 that have tried to talk to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so when did that start happening? Like, what apps does that happen on?
Just regular what?
Dude,
like,
this guy,
Facebook apps.
He said that he's been hooking up. His first hookup, he was a teenager when he got with a kid. He's probably been getting with kids his entire life. He's 71.
Okay.
Man.
Do any of these younger ladies under 16 ask you to go to Telegram with them or anything?
No, just.
Never talked to you on Telegram.
No, she asked about Telegram.
Right. So.
But I don't have no desire to.
Okay, I get you don't have a desire, but have any younger ladies under 16, have any of them sent you photos that you didn't ask for, or that they just sent it to you?
No.
Okay, well, James, I know that's not true, okay? Well, I know with my whole heart that's not true, okay? Look, I'm not an argumentative person. I don't want to argue with you back and forth, okay? You're not a guy that likes to argue. You're pretty
laid
right.
back.
I'm a laid back guy too. So let's not waste our time arguing about whether or not, some underage kids have sent you photos, because they did. That's just objectively true. But I'm more concerned about how that happened. How are they even finding you? Like,
well, it's internet.
Okay.
Internet things happen on the internet.
What apps do they send it on, these photos?
Facebook.
Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. Do any of them charge you for photos at all, or
no?
No.
Facebook.
Okay, so I'll buy
How is
you a
this
card right
happening,
here.
man?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe they're not asking, you're not paying them directly, but do they, maybe out of the kindness of your heart, do you give them gift cards or something, and then they send you the photos? Like, how does that work?
If they want something, then the card. But I don't have no desire to harm.
I know, right. Listen, Jim, if I thought you'd meet up with them in person, I wouldn't talk to you, okay? I would just write you off, but I'm not. But obviously, do you have kids of your own?
I have nieces and nephews.
Right, and that's really important, right?
Kids, yes.
Okay, so that's why, we want to save kids here. That's all I'm asking you to help me with, okay?
Listen, this is going to be okay.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you that.
And I'm telling you it's going to be okay, too.
I guarantee you that.
Okay, so I do want to ask, though, because if I can monitor what these kids are doing, that can better help me against real people that are actually the real bad guys, okay? And that's not what you are, obviously. I mean, you've lived your whole life almost spotless, you know what I mean? What'd you do for work before you retired?
I was a steel worker. I worked landscaping.
I appreciate what you do, man, or what you did. I mean, got a firm handshake.
Yeah,
Appreciate the hell out of that.
So let me just ask this. I mean, and I know it's a kindness thing because there's people that let kids starve. There's people
Kitty's
that
taking a
them.
poopy.
I don't have an issue with you buying them a gift card.
Yeah, but there shouldn't be anything like that involved.
Okay. So if there shouldn't be, like, what made you buy some of these people gift cards?
What do you mean, some of these people?
You said, I'll buy you a card. And it seems like there's been a few times you've bought some of these people gift cards.
Listen, what I'm saying is that this is how people
That's
operate.
crazy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You guys are paying kids in gift cards, man. What the fuck?
I'm too old to be doing this dumb shit.
They're actually doing that.
You know what I mean? Like, I have one sister left in my life.
Right.
And I don't want to end up losing her.
No, and I don't want you to.
You know what I mean?
Right. You care for her, man.
I do care for her. But, this is just a stupid thing.
Okay, so when did this kind of stupid stuff start for you online? That's what I'm asking.
Maybe half a year ago.
Half a year ago? And what kind of started it? Like,
listen. There's no intent to harm anybody.
Okay. Jim.
I want to make that clear to you.
I believe you.
I want to make that clear to you because you keep asking the same thing over and over.
Well, because you're lying.
I'm trying to...
Look, Jim, are we talking about meeting up with people? Because I don't think you were doing that. I never asserted that you were doing that. But so you say it started 6 months ago and hit you up 6 months ago. So what kind of started this for you is what I'm asking.
Just curiosity.
Okay. So what app did it start on?
Probably Facebook.
Okay. So what went on Facebook to spark
You hear
that
that
curiosity?
so often, dude.
Just conversating.
Facebook needs to get their shit together.
Boys, girls, both, or
with women.
Okay. So when did it start jumping into kind of people under 18 or under 16?
Just curiosity, that's all.
Okay, but I'm saying, when did that happen? Was that 6 months ago?
6 months ago.
Okay. So I'm talking about girls under 18. I'm not talking about adults, because I know you mostly talk to adults, okay? But like, how many girls under 16 do you think have talked to you online?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I said, how many do you think? Like, it's a guess. It's an educated guess, that's all.
I don't know, maybe 2, 3.
2 or 3? Okay.
Yeah.
And how old were they?
I don't know. Anywhere from 17 to 14.
Okay.
Hey, dude.
But I want to be clear with you. As sure as you're showing me these. You will never hear anything more.
Okay, well that I believe, but I want kind of some clarity on Telegram because there's absolutely been bad people on Telegram, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so is Telegram kind of a place where there's groups of people on there?
I don't know that. How do I know that?
Because you're on Telegram, that's why.
Right, but I don't know if there's groups of people that do that.
Okay.
I'm not associated with that.
Okay, so have there been any groups that have invited you to join? No. Okay. So,
nothing like that.
Okay, so let me ask you this, like, how many times, and I get it, dude, we're lonely, we're just online, I understand, and I've bought, you know what OnlyFans is?
What's that?
It's like a website where you have to buy a subscription.
I don't do that.
Okay, I know you don't do that, but I'm saying I've bought stuff online before. So how many times do you think you've bought a gift card for somebody online?
I don't know. Maybe twice.
Twice? Okay. What were the gift cards, if you can remember?
I don't remember. Oh my gosh. I can't remember the name of it.
Was it like to a store? Or was it like for a game?
Probably a store.
Okay. How much were the gift cards? If you like a price range, if you can't remember exactly.
I don't remember.
Well, was it like 500? Was it zero? Like, what do you think it was?
I don't have that money like that.
So what do you think it was then?
I don't know.
What was it?
Maybe $10.
Okay.
Well, why are you say you're trying to clear this up, and I am too.
Yeah.
But you keep hindering me. And I'm trying to be honest with you, and I want to be clear with you so I could go home.
Well, you can go home at any time. You know, don't think I'm holding you here, but, you know, obviously what I have in my hand is what I have in my hand. Okay, so who were those
Can I please go home to my family? Can I please go home?
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to get this addressed with you, and, you know, I have every intention to do that, but do whatever you want. But obviously, I'm telling you, it would go better for you if we get this cleared up. Like
we are clearing it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So.
Okay. May I go home?
Do whatever you want. So.
But listen, I want to be honest with you before I leave here. Okay? This is never going to happen again.
Okay. Well, Jim, what we're not being honest about, maybe you're being honest about that, or not being honest about is kind of some pictures people have sent you online. Because look, you don't have the most secure phone in the world. I'll tell you that right now. Okay. Mm-hmm. And there's basically, I'm gonna tell you this right now. A fake account put on you, okay? Because there was kind of dings going to your phone of underage pics being sent to your phone. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, are you following what I'm saying? Okay. So the reason it was put on you is because we were trying to see if that was just like a fluke, or we're trying to see if it was like kind of a pattern that's developing. And obviously we want to stop that pattern, right? We don't want it to keep happening. Right. So the way you talk. Well, I'm telling you right now, just the way you talk kind of matched up with what's coming to your phone. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but if I sit here and I sit to you man to man and tell you that this is the end, that you won't see this happen again.
That I can believe. Okay.
And I'm telling you that. And I assure you that whatever happens with whatever else other people do, that's what they do.
I understand, but there were some gift cards bought. There were some pictures that seem to have been sent right after the gift cards were bought, okay? So I'm curious, like, when you bought the gift cards, like, who were they for? Like, that's what I'm, like, are these people for the gift cards? Do you just buy them out of kindness? Like, what were the gift cards for? Like, who were they for?
Some people said they have needs. Could you help us?
Okay, were these females or males?
Females.
Okay.
And that's what I'm telling you. You know what I mean? I'm not there to harm anybody.
Right. So.
But I assure you that it don't go no further than this, and it's
Jim,
as a matter of fact, when I get home, I'm gonna how do I delete this stuff so it doesn't happen again?
Well, I can walk you through that, but look, Jim, this is kind of my issue, and it's okay. It's an issue that I want to resolve with you. I wouldn't, if I thought I could get it taken care of without you, I wouldn't be here. All right?
Okay.
Well, I can get it resolved without you, but I want to give you the chance, dude. So, Telegram? Do you think? And I'm going to ask you again. I'm asking to be honest this time. Do you think Telegram has been a good app for you to have, or do you think there's been some trouble on there?
There are two or three ladies that I talk to that are professional women. Okay. And it's good for me as far as conversating with them.
Right.
Because they want to start a relationship.
Well, that's great, but it can be good and bad.
But I don't know, that can be deceiving too.
Right. But I'm saying,
because one of them's asking me to send her money so she can invest.
Have you sent her money?
No.
Okay.
So she keeps questioning me about to invest money.
Okay. So I'm talking about, just like if someone has a gun, it can be used for self-defense, it can be used for whatever. Right. It can be good or bad. Right. Do you think there's been people that have either talked to you on Facebook or Telegram that you probably should not have been talking to?
Probably, yes.
Okay, I'm talking besides Emily.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think?
I agree with you.
Okay.
It's not a good thing.
So
it's not a good thing.
Do you think people would look at some of those conversations that other people have had with you and kind of look back at your history and kind of put it together? Do you think something like that would happen?
Probably.
Okay, so what have those conversations been like? And have you found them, or do they hit you up, or how'd that kind of go?
They usually hit me up.
What do they talk to you about?
Well, some women want, like, from New York, they're investors, right?
I'm talking about underage. I don't care about the adults right now, okay? I'm talking about underage activity that's been going on with you and your accounts, and not just with me, okay? It's been with quite a few people, it looks like. All right? So, Jim, look.
Why am I being filmed?
Well, for safety reasons, because I want you to be assured I'm not here to hurt you or anything like that, and that you're not being forced to be here, okay? That's all. Okay. It's for your protection of mine, that's it. But let me ask this, have there been people that have tried to offer you pictures that have been too young or anything, try to get you involved in that?
I would say yes.
Okay. What platforms well, where has that been? Has it been Facebook, Instagram, Telegram?
It's probably Facebook.
Okay. What are they asking?
There's only Facebook and Telegram are probably the two apps that I get most involved with.
Okay.
But I sports bet. I like the sports bet.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm into sports.
There you go. You a Steelers fan or Eagles fan?
I like the Eagles.
Okay. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, today I was trying to get into Fanatics, and I locked myself out, so I have to try to get back into it.
Okay. Well, I would bet on the Eagles to win the divisional round and then lose after that.
I don't know if they're going to beat Detroit, though.
Well, it'd be a fun game regardless.
Oh, yeah.
But
you a sports fan?
Yeah. I used to play college football at, Shippensburg University.
Oh, yeah.
God, I love the juicy ones.
Kind of did some other stuff.
I was born and raised in Stilton.
Okay. Yeah.
As long as they don't hurt.
High school.
Yeah. I think we played y'all in high school.
Well known in sports.
Treat me good,
I think we played
Daddy.
Yeah. No, that's
all right. Listen. Can I please go home?
You can do whatever you want. Like I'm not holding you here, but obviously, since we have some history to clear up, look, I'm not one to judge based on something that happened 30 years ago.
That sounds delicious too, guys.
Do you want to call me again?
No, I don't. I want to get it taken care of now. So I'm asking. So did you say these people have offered you underage pics on Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. How have those conversations gone? Like, what do they usually say, or whatever?
Want yogurt.
I don't know.
She wants some yogurt badly.
You don't know them personally?
No.
Okay.
None of these.
So they're randoms, right?
Right. So, it's just random.
So how does it go with them? Like, what do they say? What do you say? Or how does it go?
I don't know. We just actually start talking.
Of the yo.
You know.
Yo of the
What gets
Gert.
brought up?
like they say you're a handsome looking dude, and then we sort of go from there. You know what I mean?
So how does the underage theme get brought up? Like, how does it get to talking about young girls or stuff like that?
It doesn't even, the age doesn't even be brought up. It's just,
okay.
The conversation just.
I'm asking you. You said you told me that people have talked about, offered you some underage pictures on Facebook.
No, not people offered me. You mean other people?
Yeah.
No, not. You talking about third party?
No, look, some way, somehow, there's been underage photos that people have sent you of underage, right? Am I correct about
yes.
that? Okay. So what I'm asking, because I don't want to I don't just want to say, oh, Jim is just some guy who just has these photos somehow. I care more about where they're coming from, okay? Because you're not the one taking them, are you?
No.
Right? They're just, some way, somehow, people are sending these to you, right? Is that kind of...
They're taking them themselves.
Okay. So, right, okay, so that's what I'm curious about. Like, who's taking them themselves?
The girls.
Okay, and how old are the girls?
14, 18.
Okay. So there's been some 14-year-olds that have sent some inappropriate pics to you. Is that kind of...
I would think so.
Okay. So now, have they sent those on Facebook or Telegram or both, or...
Probably Facebook.
Really? So do they send it, like, where do they send it on Facebook? Like, how so?
Just send it.
So they're messaging you directly?
Yeah.
Okay. So what kind of picture are they sending of themselves?
Them undressed.
So you can...
Yeah.
Okay. And this is important because I want to try to track some of these photos to see maybe if they're getting hurt. What can you see with...
Like they're...
Okay. So there's been some times where a 14-year-old has sent you their Facebook. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You think that 14-year-olds are really doing that for gift cards?
Are they trying to charge people money for this, or are they just doing it voluntarily? Or
no, sometimes they're asking for cards.
Okay.
In other words, they're asking for cards.
Or is it adults acting like they're a kid?
For photos.
Okay.
In other words, they keep pressuring me. You send me this, I'll send you that.
And these are 14-year-old girls?
You send me that, yeah.
Okay.
Underage girls. Yes.
Okay. So how many times have you been pressured into sending them a card?
What do you guys think?
I don't think seniors should get scammed like this, but so, I mean, it's important.
No, it's not. It's not a matter. I agree with you 100%. But, I guess in weakness, you say, okay, I'll help you out.
Because of OnlyFans.
That's what it comes down to.
They want to be OnlyFans girls.
I agree.
I don't know.
And physically.
Right. It's not physical hurting them. I agree with that.
No, I'm not saying that lessens the damage. The damage is there. You know what I mean?
So, how many times have they kind of, or how many times do you think you've had a moment of weakness and bought one of these kids a card?
Maybe 2 or 3 times.
Okay. And then what do they do after you buy them the card?
They send me the photo.
Of...
Yeah.
Okay. So...
And then basically that's pretty much it.
Okay. So I want to ask, do they send these photos on like a link to the photos, or do they just put the photos in the chat, or how does that usually work?
They just put the photos in the chat and send it.
How many photos do they usually send of themselves after you buy some?
One or two.
One or two. Okay. So. Where are those photos now? Like.
On Facebook.
On Facebook. Okay.
Yeah.
How many do you think?
My goal is to delete it.
Okay, so it's not deleted yet, which we can work on. But,
right.
Okay, but they're on your Facebook.
No, which I will. As soon as I leave here, they're getting deleted.
Okay. So.
As a matter of fact, the whole person's getting deleted.
Awesome. So how many photos do you think you have to delete of underage?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Okay. Are you aware of what that is?
What do you mean?
Are you aware of like what underage?
Here, I think as long as the predator messages the so-called underage decoy, whatever underage person first, then there's no entrapment. But if they have decoys that are messaging older men first, then possibly that could be it. That's why these guys always make sure that, right? Don't they have to message them first or something? Or does it not matter? Maybe it matters by state.
What do you mean? Are you aware of like what that's classified as, or what's classified as?
I guess what?
Yeah, that's kind of a. Like, what do you know of any other terms for underage? Or any other synonyms for it? Do you have any
my
that
beer
come to
like
mind
Alex?
of what those are? Or?
Sure. I'll do my beer like Alex. It's Pred Watch time.
Give me a hint.
Basically, if somebody were to see those on your phone, what do you think they would call it? What do you think they would say it is? Okay. Are you aware of what child is?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think if someone were to look through your Facebook, there would be child on there?
Considering, yes.
Okay. So, okay. So some Facebook photos can sometimes save to your gallery automatically, like your phone gallery.
Yeah.
Or get downloaded somehow.
They're getting deleted.
No, I get you. I get you, but I'm saying, are there any like in your photos that could be like if I were to go through your photo gallery? If I were to go through your photo gallery,
Something's definitely weird on this side, man.
To your phone,
I was
like
saying this for years, but it's still like that.
Not saved to my gallery. No, I don't believe it.
Okay, so it would be on your Facebook though, on your messages.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So when's the most recent time that I guess you bought a gift card for one of these girls?
Maybe 2-3 weeks ago, maybe.
Okay. How much was that gift card, if you can remember?
Probably $20.
Mine doesn't stay out near as good as his.
So, are you aware that was probably not legal to buy?
It's like a leprechaun.
Yes.
Okay. Does a Giant still have fried pickles?
That's a hell of a question. That's a hell of a question.
You just give it to G.
No, listen. Everything you guys.
Okay.
Listen. Could me and you clear this up right now?
We are.
Because, if you want me to help you, I'll help you. If you have any questions, I'll talk to you. But this is it. I'm 71. I have no desire to hurt or harm anybody.
No, I 100% agree with you. And so I do want to ask you this because, I get we always sugarcoat, and I think the fact that there is some sugarcoating means that you actually have regret about this. You actually don't want kids to be hurt, and that's why I still am talking to you.
I just ate some cucumbers.
So,
isn't that cool?
Are you sure they've been 14, or do you think some have been a little bit younger than that, honestly?
Maybe a little bit younger.
Like how old do you think?
Maybe 14 to, well, age.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the other girls besides.
14. Mostly 14.
14. Have any been like 11 or 12 or 13?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
And we're only talking photos maybe of, what, 5, I wish this dude just...
Oh, you can move the chair if you need to.
Like I said, this only happened a few times.
Right. So,
it's not going to happen.
Have you seen anything called like an ostrich link or anything like that?
What is that?
Okay, have you seen anything that says like that has like a mega link or mega dot anything? No.
I'm not into anything like that.
Okay. So, what about like Telegram messages? Because you mentioned that they show their pictures, that they show the pictures on Telegram specifically. So, what about Telegram? Like, have they got you to go from Facebook to Telegram or anything like that? No? Okay. Because I have a strong feeling, and I could probably prove with internet records, that some people sent you some stuff on Telegram too.
I'll have to check my Telegram.
Okay.
I may have some adult.
Okay, because the reason I'm asking about Telegram, because you're telling me it's coming from Facebook, the reason I'm talking about Telegram is because here in the messages you said on Telegram, that's where 11-year-olds show their...
That's because I told her, I meant probably they do, not that I seen it there, okay? I'm telling her probably that's what... In other words, to coax her into, well, if you don't want to show it on Facebook, show it on Telegram.
Okay, so basically,
you know what I mean?
Yes. So
in other words, I was coaching.
So you're basically trying to kind of say, hey, it's okay, they do it anyway. Just send me so you can send me this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that's it's okay? It's probably not the best conversation to have with a 71-year-old to an 11-year-old.
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Right.
Not one bit.
Have you had anybody accuse you of doing anything like this in person before, besides the minors thing?
50 years ago, I was accused of. Okay. Yeah. That was 50 years ago.
What happened?
Drug related. I was out of control.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
What did they accuse you of?
Let's see, what was it? Minors.
How old was the girl they said it happened with?
What was she? 5'6", I get 5'6". I was really out of it then.
5 or 6 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you get on the registry for that at all?
No. That happened prior to registry being
a thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in like 1970 something, 1974, you got charged with like a 5 or 6 year old.
Not 74. Oh yeah, 74, 75.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how much time did you do for that?
2.5 to 5.
Okay. What did they say you did to that 5
I didn't have no record.
Okay.
I had no record.
Okay. No, I get you. But what did they say you did to that 5 or 6 year old?
Lured him behind the garage, and I asked her to take her. I'll be doctor, and she could be patient, and
No, stop.
Okay.
Touch
Don't
my.
bite.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was 50-some years.
Yeah, I get that.
You know what I mean?
But now, 50 years later, we're online doing something very similar.
Right, but I understand what you're saying. But I am in no way ever gonna or a child again.
Okay, but
I'm telling you.
Are there like fantasies about it?
No.
No? Okay, so the reason I'm going to lightly counter you on that is because there's a picture of your sent to an 11-year-old, and you ask that 11-year-old for pictures. So obviously at 71, it's a little bit of a different situation than a 21-year-old.
Right, but there's no one harm. That has no intent to physically hurt that person.
Okay, but do you think manipulation can hurt somebody that young? Or trying to get them to already be at that age?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so...
But there's no extent other than the photos.
Yeah, I agree.
And I can't get that through your head.
No, I actually agree with you. It's not the same thing. I 100% agree with you. I'm just asking, I'm just playing kind of a angel's advocate here when I say, like, don't you think I can hurt somebody, or...
No, that's not my intent.
Okay. So are you sure...
I'm sick in my stomach for doing this.
Okay. So are you sure that, have there been like adults that have said they've had...
How do I know that?
No, you don't, but I'm asking you what you think. Have there been adults that have said, hey, I have pictures of little kids, do you want to see them, anything like that? No? Okay. Have you seen anybody message you saying, hey, are you interested in pizza, or the pizza emoji, or anything like that? You sure about that?
What is that?
Okay. Well, have you seen the pizza emoji at all on Facebook?
What is it? I don't even know what it is.
Okay, well, have you seen it around?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Well, 25.
So how many
What's that
people
mean?
do you talk to on Facebook?
Friday walkabout?
Is it a lot or a little?
Really? Oh, fuck.
15, 20.
Okay. And what percentage of them do you think are overage, or what percentage of them do you think are underage?
I'm going to say 98% are overage.
80?
Overage?
Yes.
Okay.
Not much, though.
So it's and a few girls that have sent you pics.
Right, and that's it.
So does the conversation get with the adults too?
Sure, because they're adults.
Oh,
They're adults.
Simon's ate the food that was...
In your mind, though, like, why did you keep texting this 11-year-old? Why did you keep wanting pictures? And
I don't know, just curiosity.
Well, do you consider yourself attracted to minors? Honestly, I mean, I'm not judging you. Clearly, I mean, I'm sort of talking to you. I mean, do you think there's something that we need to get help for? Because I don't think you need trouble. I think probably some help, but admitting we need help is a huge step.
Well, yeah. I mean, I counsel. I'm definitely gonna bring this up in counseling.
Okay. So does your counselor know anything about you buying child?
No.
No. Okay.
So I'll take care of this right away.
Okay.
Can I please go home?
I've told you, I've told you probably 5 times you can do whatever you want. You're not holding you here, so you can.
Right, but I don't want you to think that that I'm this.
She finished up the fancy feast and Simon's food. He left all the seaweed. Interesting.
I want you to leave here thinking, this child.
I wish she gets in somewhere else.
That's not the case.
Right.
I let her down
that
today.
That's not the case.
Okay.
We're talking clearly photos here.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Right, but we just don't want to get you categorized with those real bad guys.
Well, no, I'm not.
I gotta feed her now anyway. I'm gonna feed her and put a damn fancy feast out there.
Okay. And who's
Pick
gonna
up
see
all the
this
rest of the food, I guess.
It's not meant to be put out, so not many people.
What do you mean?
It's not. We're not here to put it. We're not here to put it out. So we're not here to put you on blast or anything.
Is it classified? Is it?
Well, I'm not a government person. I don't work for any type of government agency or anything like that. So I don't think classified is the word. But basically, I think only.
Well, how do you? Oh, I see. So are you telling? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you looking for people that prey on children?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you think I found a correct person for that?
No.
No? Got the wrong guy?
Right.
Okay.
No, I mean, no. I'm not here to prey on children.
Okay.
No. And I can guarantee you that from the bottom of my heart.
Okay. So are you sure all these girls have been 14, or have there been some that have been a little bit younger that have sent you some pics? I want to give you another chance to maybe get a little bit more honest about it. Are you sure there hasn't been 11 and 12-year-olds?
One may be, I think one is 14.
Okay. Are you sure there's not any that are younger than her? That you've bought pics from?
No, I know her. I think she's 14. But she pressured me a lot about getting her cards.
Okay.
I mean, like constant.
Okay.
Constant.
Did she? So obviously your was sent to. So if I were to go find, because obviously I can get it to your Facebook. I mean, obviously, as you know. So if I were to go through those chats where those other girls sent you, would I find any pics sent to them?
Yes.
Okay, the underage ones.
Yes.
Okay, why would you send them your picture?
For curiosity.
Okay, so again, if you wanted to their curiosity, why would you send them a picture? You specifically, I mean, like you. What about you with a curiosity? If anything, I think it would turn them lesbian, but...
What do you mean?
Nothing. I don't mean anything. Pretend I didn't even say that. Go ahead. I mean, look, I've never been a 14-year-old girl in my life, but if I was, and I saw your I'm freaking playing the rest of my life.
What?
Like essentially, if you were my first experience with a guy, I mean, I'm rainbowing out after that.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That happened. That doesn't happen all the time.
Right, not all the time, but if you were the guy, I mean, I'm rainbowing out.
I see.
Like 100% rainbowing out.
I see.
Yeah, like.
I understand what you're saying.
Right. So
I understand what.
So I don't think your would spark their curiosity about this. I think it would shut it out completely.
You think?
Yeah. I don't think any adults should send their to minors.
I agree with you 100%.
Okay, so why are we doing it?
More.
Okay, so why are we sending our? Why are we? So how many? So let me just ask you this: how many times do you think you've sent your to a minor on Facebook?
Maybe twice.
Okay, is that besides or including her or
including
her? So one of the girls attention to.
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask for your or did you send it or just honestly? I mean, I'm not.
Ask.
Okay, so she wanted to see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she's the one that kept pressuring me about the card.
Okay.
Okay, man, I'll go home.
You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
I mean, I probably wouldn't go home because the cops are on the way, but...
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. You said... Are you serious?
Absolutely. Well... Huh?
You lied.
You lied to me. Well... Well, if I were you, I wouldn't want. If I were you, what's going on? Do we have the chats? Where are the chats?
You can't go home just yet, so that's what I'm saying. You're not under arrest at this point, but I was gonna let you sit in the car so you can at least stay warm right now. I got
All right, hey guys, I need clips of what he admitted to. So I can play it for the cops. Okay, awesome. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Tyler's been giving me the gist about
Yeah,
I understand what you guys do. These screenshots. So the way of communication, how is that done?
On Facebook.
Okay, so it's Facebook.
Right.
Okay, so she would have a Facebook account.
That's correct. Yeah, we have our link and his link for y'all can preserve and all that. We have the messages and everything, and our video interaction with him. He admitted to buying child of what he said were 14-year-old girls. He described photos that he received. He said there was like pictures of their and all that stuff. He said there's about 5 or 6 that are on his Facebook that he quote unquote needs to get rid of, and I'm like, would that be classified as child? Like, yeah, it would be child.
This is all the video. This isn't the text message.
That's correct. In the text messages, though, he said that like on this app called Telegram, girls her age send photos, but in person he tells me that he bought them on Facebook. And the reason I suspected that he bought the child photos is because he was asking us to send a photo of our. He wouldn't do that, and he was offering us to buy a gift card to use it to. He was offering buying a gift card to do that, and what a lot of them do. So it's not like so there's not like a paper trail of money going to an underage account or someone selling child. They buy gift cards, just give them the code to the gift card as the payment. So it's not like from here to here. It's more like just code to a gift card. So he used gift cards to buy child from either adults with kid photos or kids themselves. I don't know, but
all right. Just get your information from our crew. What's your first name?
It's Alex, ALEX.
Alexander?
Nope. Last name's Rosen, ROSEN.
ROSEN?
EN. And then my number is. Yep.
What's your date of birth? What's a good address for us? And what's the zip code? So you guys just travel around?
Yes. Sir, I don't want him to. He might delete shit off his phone in there. What the f?
So you said you have like.
Yeah, we have clips of him admitting to buying child photos. Like he's probably going to be deleting shit off his phone right now in that car.
Okay, well, so the problem is where he lives is where he's claiming to have sent pictures. We can't legally be like.
Right, but he's possessing the child right now, right here in front of you guys. That's it. Possession of child isn't the same thing as unlawful contact with a minor.
So yeah, like I said, this is a weird one with jurisdiction. I'm going to talk to him again. I just want to talk to him before we we're figuring something.
Well, can I play a clip of of him admitting to buying child? So like he does not in this phone in the car just deleting shit.
Yeah, you can play.
All right. Okay, so he admits to buying photos here. Here. You just take the phone, put it to your ear. Okay, and then there's like another picture there.
No, I get you, but I'm saying.
short, man. There. Now there's food.
Yeah, guys, we're gonna go knock on the female house again. This is just our second guy we're supposed to get today, but you know, he's 71, it doesn't work, and I think the female work, so. This is about the content.
It's about us watching stuff.
Right. As if the good footage won't be uploaded in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Did they not even confiscate his phone yet?
I don't know. I saw one of them looking at the file.
Dude, the Mirror is saying it was a woman pilot. Is the Mirror reputable?
Alright. So, are you the one with the pictures, or sorry, the videos on the phone with him admitting to?
Yes.
Okay.
We have like the whole footage to send you all, like.
I was gonna say, yeah, we'll need to get that then. What's a good email address for you?
It's gonna be, are y'all sending Axon link or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then what I'm gonna do then, I'm gonna send you, I mean, I'm sure it sounds like you've done this before, but I'm gonna send you the email, basically just anything that you have related to this, go ahead and send it to us. And then, yeah, we will go from there. We just got to figure out, like, obviously we can't just let this slide. We have to figure out, we have to be very careful about, like, what we can do. And we're also both, like, we're both very new, and they have a pretty hot call going on right now. As it's tied up, so we're making sure that all our ducks are in a row before we take it.
All right. Does he still have his phone?
No, I have his phone.
Okay, good, good. Awesome.
I was like, are you good with me holding on to the phone for now? Like, I'm not going to dig through it while we're here.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's like, yeah.
Good, good.
So
okay.
I have the phone now, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll be on more places than his Facebook, but he admitted it's on his Facebook, so.
All right.
And he has he has a charge from when he was 21 on a 5 and 6 year old, or 5 or 6 year old, but he's not on the registry because it happened so long ago, but I mean, he has a history with this shit.
Okay. All right. We'll let him figure out what he needs to do yet, and then we'll roll.
Got it. Did y'all see the messages yet?
He showed me messages that were sent to him.
From so. Okay. He showed you sent his and everything?
He did not show pictures of that. He said that he sent it, but he didn't show me pictures. If you have, I mean.
Yeah, we can show you right now. We'll send that to you as well, bud. All right, they have his phone. Mission accomplished. All right, guys, so as y'all heard, the cops do have his phone. And he has a history of doing this to a 5 or 6 year old. And I assume this will be an arrest. I mean, it's on his phone. It's going to be pretty undeniable, I assume. So, yeah, mission accomplished with that. We hope it says arrested by the time this video drops. And be sure to join locals in the pinned comment. Over 100 videos early and uncensored. We're doing this over Christmas break. No other team's working like we are. And I drove all the way up here by myself with the crew. Well, without the crew. We got the makeshift team here, but they're awesome. And yeah, we don't stop working. Only $10 a month to help us go nationwide. Tons of mugshots, conviction updates, sentences, and most live streams and every video early and uncensored on locals.
If you want to support the predator poachers catching the sickest.
The Mirror is saying it was a woman. article from 8 hours ago. A female pilot aboard the Army helicopter involved in the Washington, D.C. plane crash has still not been named as officials refuse to identify her. However, the Army said it would not be naming the third woman killed in the tragedy at the request of her family. Because the family, the name of the soldier will not be released. But they're saying her, though. What if it's a tranny, bro? What the fuck? They're English news. He wasn't eating her food, was he? She would never let that happen. Right? Oh no, she finished it, then he licked it a little bit. But his food's waiting on him. He's a fresh bowl ready to go. Dude, I ate a bunch of peanut M&Ms just now. What's wrong with me? Take the alcohol away and I'm turning into a sugar fiend. And this thing too's got a bunch of sugar, but it's mostly, I mean, this is just concentrated fruit. So it's not as bad, probably. It's just 2 ingredients, apples and mangoes in this one. Things are addictive, though. Addicting. Is that right? Addicting. Dooby-dooby-doo. I just want another one. One is too many, 1,000's never enough. I just want another one.
I do want to take you back to another developing story that we are
Hold off for
following
now,
at this hour as we received a release from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who was sworn in just about a week ago. He now says in this news release that identity months are dead at the Department of Defense. I want to read this for you in full. Again, this is all that release coming in from Hegseth. He says guidance from the Secretary of Defense, our unity and purpose are instrumental to meeting the department's warfighting mission. Efforts to divide the force, to put one group ahead of another, erode camaraderie, and threaten mission execution. Going forward, DoD components and military departments will not use official resources to include man hours to host celebrations or events related to cultural awareness months, including National African American Black History Month, Women's History Month, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Pride Month, National Hispanic Heritage Month, National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and National American Indian Heritage Month. Service members and civilians remain permitted to attend these events in an unofficial capacity outside of duty hours. Installations, units, and offices
were doing shit
are
within
encouraged
duty
to
hours
celebrate
for
the
that.
valor and
That
success
didn't
of
exist when I
military
was in.
heroes of all
None of it.
races, genders, and backgrounds as we restore our warrior culture and ethos. We are proud of our warriors and their history, but we will focus on the character of their service instead of some characteristics. This guidance is effective immediately.
Hell, how long have they been
concentrating
concentrating on
that was
that
just
stupid
posted on
shit?
social media coming in from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who was sworn into office just weeks ago, one of the first to be confirmed by the Senate from President Trump's second administration. We know it was a deadlock last Friday night. You had it 50-50, and then Vice President J.D. Vance did cast that deciding vote, and the next day we covered live as Hegseth was sworn into office by Vice President Vance. Again, any updates on this, we will bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Hegseth. He's not sharing. No. He finishes it too fast for him to get any. And if she gets close, she starts growling. Predator Push has been up on a lot lately. I got a lot on here that I haven't seen. Don't show me your stupid games, YouTube. Ba -ba -da -da -ba -ba -ba. Ken Martin has been elected the DNC chair. What the hell does that mean? I don't fucking know. I don't care. You think he's somebody, huh? You think you're somebody now? You're the chair. I'm gonna sit on you. Ouch. What the fuck is British Columbia doing up here? Hold on. Yo, British Columbia doing some gay shit with their navy.
The crews are readied, and for the first time, all 8 of these Orca-class patrol vessels
see how they're
slip
green?
off to sea.
Look what color they are. I had a Canadian ship next to us in port in Pearl Harbor, and our ships are gray. Their ships are green. Did you see that? You'll see it.
Together.
Having everything ready to go and functional out at sea all at
Maybe
once takes a massive amount of effort.
The Royal Canadian Navy
You
vessels
tell that it's
got
got
up
this
and running
greenish
between
tint to it?
2006 and 2008, and
You
typically
can
at
see it
least one of
easily when
them
they're
is
side
out
by
of
side.
commission for maintenance or repairs.
Oh, no picture? Well, can you see it or not?
Been, working pretty much day and
It's
night
a
for the
simple
past couple of weeks trying to get everything
no
set up and
or
get
yes
all those
question.
ships on water.
You can think of the Orcas
Guys,
as
you
bikes
failed.
with training wheels,
Now you're all banned.
operated by trainees at CFB Esquimalt,
Midships, steer 305s.
under the watchful eyes of more senior Navy members.
We do this with the Orca-class vessels as training because they're smaller platforms and they're very maneuverable.
Today's task.
For the first time, all 8 Orcas are going out to sea to take a photo all together.
We'll get to the photo op in a moment, but first, the work happening behind the scenes to get camera ready.
They're going to be doing close quarter maneuvers to arrange themselves
Ow,
into
come
a
here,
nice shape and
Mama.
do some practice of seamanship
Like your
and navigation
food?
and working
Why? You
together
want the
in order
treats?
to
Yeah.
create a bit of a display for the imagery.
It takes a lot of effort and a lot of people to be picture perfect.
There's one person that is the brain of the person
Seem
who
to
drives
be
the ship.
eating.
There's also the person, we call them the helms, and they're the person who physically drives the ship with the wheel.
There's also a lookout, a cook, and the office of the watch running the show. They're interpreting command signals and creating navigation plans based on what they hear.
It's sort of like doing ballet with ships at sea, basically, but there's a lot more math involved.
If you get the math wrong, the consequences can be a lot more serious than a rolled ankle.
To be able to demonstrate our strengths when it comes to our training capabilities is phenomenal.
There are roughly
What are they
150
doing?
people
Show me
working the
your
vessels,
training
many of them
capability.
hired within the past few years.
It's at 59.4.
I want to say
You're
it's about
able
1
to
out of every 2
drive
person
the-
in there is a trainee right now.
More trainees
They're able to
are
drive
needed.
ships,
The
y'all.
Canadian Armed
Canada.
Forces
Go
says
Canada.
Recruitment has been
That's pretty
lagging.
cool. Look at
As
them.
of late last
Straight.
year, the force had roughly 87,000 people
Oh.
compared to a target of 101,000.
We're lacking funding, we're lacking personnel, but the people that are in right now,
But
with
we
the
can
tools they're
still
given, do
go in a straight
everything they
line.
can to make things
Go
happen.
This is
Canada.
what they made happen on Wednesday. 8 vessels getting cozy on the waters off Esquimalt. A photo op preparing Navy members for real-world scenarios.
If you want imports and exports, you need a safe seafaring ability, right? You need ships to be able to go from one place to another and stay
did
safe
it.
and be protected.
It's really
you
important
go,
to train
Canada.
like we
Good
fight,
for you.
so, to
Hey.
be prepared.
It's like I'm watching the Special
conduct these
Olympics.
exercises to ensure that
Come here,
all of our
son.
skills are at its top peak.
bringing their vessels and crew closer together
Oh, look
as
at
they
that.
sharpen
They all
those
turned
skills shoulder to shoulder.
to the same degree
Anna
at the same
McMillan,
time.
CTV News,
He's 10.
near CFB Esquimalt.
Look at Canada. They got it. They did the turns, the right amount of turns at the right time. Wow. I wish Brody was here to see them accomplishing this. Dude, he knows our military is some bullshit, though. Nothing new for him. We protect Canada more than they protect themselves. We protect them with Alaska, too, from Russia. All around buffer for them. What do you want from me, Simon? I'm not giving you more food. Grayish, greenish gray. Yeah, that's what they are. Exactly what they are. They have a touch of green. Just a smidgen. Just a sprinkle. Just enough, you know, to make it just right. Just right. That's how I like it. I can make you a bowl too if you'd like. With just a smidgen. A sprinkle. If you like. Oh, you want a tad? Ho, 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 ho. Feeling adventurous, I see. A tad. Are you sure you don't want a dollop? Want to go with a whole dollop? Feeling creamy? Feeling like having something nice and creamy today? For lunch? For dinner? A pinch? Ooh! That might be too little, though. You're gonna go with the dollop. I can't think of another one. A scoop. I could give you a scoop, though. I could give you a whole scoop, bro. I'm feeling generous. I mean, I got 17 boxes of asparagus, so I'm gonna definitely give you 2 scoops. And that, you don't even have to go anywhere for that. You stay right at your house, you give me your address, I'll give you 17 boxes of asparagus. How about that? You could be the winner. You could be the lucky winner, Bill. Just cash in all your dough for it. It's expired. Also. Only by a month. But it's in lactic acid, so that keeps it good, right? Riders of the storm. Brum, 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 brum. To this world we're born. Huh. Riders of the storm. I mean, aren't you eating? Bother me. Buddy, you're not gonna get the treats every time. Like, I want that stuff gave me. That's the thing with Simon. He gets weird with food, and he might not eat his food anymore now. All you want is the churro treat. I thought it didn't hurt or something. Oh, I should always do this whenever the news isn't on, huh? Should always have a song or something. You didn't eat though, buddy. Bothers me. Didn't already 1 o'clock. I have a late lunch. Oh, fuck. I'm doing. I need cheese sauce. Make your own. Make it saucy.
To speculate about the causes.
She's got a mohawk. That's my least favorite part is the hay part. Where it says, hey. Don't do that anymore. No more haze. No more haze. Don't do any more hazing. No. Oxygen. Can you breathe? Oh my gosh, that dog shit's still sitting out there, I remember. Oh. Oh. As long as I keep the dog shit there, it's like my good luck charm. My little good luck dog shit. My little good luck charm. My good luck shitty shit. You are my good luck poopy. Without you, I am nothing. Poopy, why don't you save me today? Poopy, where have you went? Did my neighbor throw you away? What has he done? Where has he went? My Poopy! That song was alright. I don't know, I probably could have done better with what I'm working with. I just didn't put enough effort into it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, we could retake it if you'd like. Would you like to do that? Would you like to be my camera guy for the retake? We could do it officially. We could do it at the beach. We could do it on the road. We can do it with the teacher. We can do it on the commode. What are we doing? Oh, you're driving, alright. Unless we're doing it here, whatever it is. Because I did say we could do it on the commode, so... I don't have to go anywhere. I mean, I have a plan, I just don't remember what I'm supposed to do. Let's see if you guys know. You don't know either? Well, did it have anything to do with the dog shit? Or is it something else? Oh, this isn't a limited time offer. Because we're running out of time. My biological clock is ticking. YouTube is my favorite. YouTube is my favorite platform in the world. I can't get enough. Can't get enough. I'm a whore for YouTube. See me every day. Even though I'm not gay. I'm on YouTube. Spreading the message. Eating some ketchup. Looking down the hallway, playing fetch with a kitty. With my mitts on, because it's cold. And I'm not bold. I need my mitts. Catching the ball, throwing the ball. Come here, kitty. The kitty's having a fit. I didn't know it was feral. Christmas Carol isn't working. Gouged my eyeballs. But I had the mitts on. I just wanted to play catch, man. I'm sorry, kitty. They're gonna put the kitty down now because it took my eyes out. It wasn't its fault. It wasn't kitty's fault. It was just hungry and thought my eyes looked extra juicy. I'm so sorry, kitty. I'm so sorry. I wish I could find more eyeballs for you before the end. Juicy, than fine. You deserve all the eyeballs. Doesn't deserve all that. All the best 2024 films to watch for Black History Month. What? I thought Black History Month was like in the middle of the summer.
Oh, Billy!
Boom, 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 boom. Are you fucking ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? This is what it looks like with them cleaning up Philadelphia. Let's do it. What to do it? Start picking it up, boys. Start picking. Governor Pritzker says he ain't afraid. Pritzker. With a name like Pritzker, why would he be? Pritzker. The U.S. used manned fighter jets to conduct an airstrike against Islamic State targets in Somalia, officials said. Breaking news. Break, ISIS. ISIS targets. Breaking news from 18 minutes ago, man. 18 minutes ago. ABC News. People were killed. Oh, this is like a Disney movie song. Saw somebody pick up some dog poop. That's cool. I wish you'd have picked up that other one with it. 2 dog poops for the price of one. I want you to be happy with me and my dog poop. What can I do to make that happen? Doodly doop. I got the poop on the yard, I'm gonna get it in the bag. You don't have to do anything, just hand me that rag. Oh yeah, thanks. Just what I needed. Rag. Now I got the rag. Now I got the power of the rag. You've given me the power. Yeah. You mustn't touch my rag ever again. Ooh, what happened? Where are my kitties at? A kitty. Ooh. Boom, 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 boom. power. Power. Graceful. Did you do at least 10 push-ups just then? Boom, 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 boom. That's scary. It's just to scare you and you're doing some push-ups. I was supposed to be the motivational speaker on top of it though, probably. What are you doing just sitting there? Doing nothing, boy? Kick your ass up and do some push-ups. Simon's. I'm too old to do push-ups now. But I'm all old and crippled. Barely made it back to the chair. Need more energy. I'll eat more sugar. So I guess I should end this one so I can play actual music that's not gonna scare people off. I don't know, this isn't a good album. It's the War album. Oh. I can get on some pub to the G. Pub to the what the pub to the need more energy.
The greatest feeling you can get is the pump. Is the pump.
On more energy. That was the other one though, wasn't it? Yeah, you was the one, buddy. Need more energy. Need more energy. Where are you? There you are. I found you.
Down, energy. Up, come on, more energy. Up, come on, more energy. Down, up, down, up, come on, more energy. Up, come on, more energy. 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 More energy. Come on, 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 more energy. Down, up, down, up, down, up. Come on, more energy. 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 Up, down, up. Come on, more energy. Down, up. Come on, more energy. Down, up, down, up, down, up. Come on, more energy. Down, up, down, up, down, up. Come on, more energy.
I gotta keep my calm.
Oh, got into me there. It didn't work though. It did not give me more energy. It took away from the energy. The energy has been sucked out of me, you could say. But not out of the front, out of the back. I feel it more in the back than the front. Look at this pain. Am I losing energy out of my ass? How could I prevent it? I seem to have an energy leak, y'all. Because the other day, I captured some of it. Well, let's just say you don't want to light it. There's energy in that shit. And I fucking gonna make a way to use it. See, humans harness our own capability of powering all our devices. We produce the power. I'm gonna invent a vehicle that runs on shit. Not just the gases, but it's able to break down the shit into the gases. And the only byproduct is pure H2O, baby. Drinkable water. It's actually reverted into the cooling system, and there's a little water fountain built into the dashboard. Yeah, that used to be poop. We've come a long way. And don't think that we're sacrificing power and speed. No. You can get the supercharged version of the shitmobile. Yeah, we're gonna call it that. Because who cares, man? Once they see the capabilities of just shitting into your car's tank and going somewhere, no maintenance. The shit takes care of everything. It's actually a lubricant. How do you think it comes out of you so easily? gonna be rich, y'all. And why do you think? No coincidence that sometimes it looks like your poop might look a little oil-like in color. Think what I'm thinking? If it looks like oil, it is oil. We're gonna make this happen, folks. It's been a dream of mine since I can remember. Since I was like, what is this stuff coming out of me? What can we do with it? And how can I help humanity with this? You know? That's good. That's good. Depending on what one eats, will give possibly a higher energy output. So some vehicles won't require the same higher octane poop as others, though. So they'll be able to actually use animal poop for those cars. But if you want like the Lamborghini of the shitmobile, you're gonna need human feces, and not just any human feces. They need to be on a strict diet. You got to keep that thing lubed up just right. It can't be too fibrous and not enough water. Like, we need a certain consistency as well as chemical makeup at that point, because when you're getting to a shitmobile that's that high a level, the tolerances are pretty much zero. So we get these people from India and China, they're slaves, and we make them eat a certain diet. We watch them in a room, they're in solitary confinement, so we know they're not getting any snacks or anything. And we collect it, and that is watched, labeled, holographed, stamped. We know it's not opened until you receive it to put it inside your vehicle. And at this point, they cost more than a gasoline vehicle. I'm gonna be honest at this point, because the only cost-effective way to have a supercar is you're gonna have to get on that diet and produce. You're gonna have to produce it, and I'm telling you, you don't want to be on this diet. It's very strict. It's vegan. They eat a lot of dried produce, so it's hard to swallow. They're not allowed much water in that step. Eggshells. All beef jerky diet. Oh, that's for the trucks. You're gonna want that for the big rigs. They definitely need a more oily, more older, more fermented poop for the big rig. You know, it's jonga. Or that. Then the of the other one. It's more complex than that. I'm trying to keep it simple for the layman folk out there. I'll be watching.
Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game and game for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move. Counting up wins, that's part of the.
Did I already do this? I don't think I did this yet. I grinded and then I didn't mind it. Yo, did you hear about Too Short's brother was killed yesterday? I wonder if he also says bitch a lot to people. Oh man, it's not gassy enough today.
Make it look, make it look, make it look. I love shooting my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. But they wanna be like me, sad man. Too wavy, swallow your pride.
You know, I bet someone's actually already tried to make a shitmobile. Real thing. But maybe we could do it now though. If we work together. I can't do it alone, guys. I'm gonna need y'all to come out here to Long Beach. We're gonna rent an office. And then, I mean, we'll have multiple bathrooms. And we'll go from there, man. I know, it sounds like a pipe dream. But so many other things were pipe dreams too in the beginning. Now look at it. All these things we've accomplished as humans. I see people that believe in me, that are willing to shit, that are willing to experiment. Willing to experiment with their shit, man. Listen, we'll have gloves, folks. Does no one want to come and work for me? I'm starting to feel kind of abandoned here, man. Everybody's leaving all of a sudden. Nobody wants to come shit in a cup. And fuck you. You know what? Dude, y'all acted like y'all were down a minute ago. Your own gloves? No, you can't. I'm sorry. I need to give you the gloves that you're gonna use. I need to know they're not contaminated with anything at all. If you have a box of unopened gloves, I don't know. I need to look at it closely. I'll inspect the box to make sure it hasn't been tampered with. Next week. All right. Huh. What day? That was fast, man. Dang. You guys work at the post office. I've been waiting to get shit in the mail. That hasn't happened yet. I thought that was gonna happen the first year. Turns out people are too lazy to send shit in the mail. I'm not trying to challenge anybody. Simon, are you done eating already? That song was amazing. Yeah, I saw that, Bill, but they need to do it more efficiently, like a dome, so they can collect like 100 cows' farts. They need to be able to make them fart all unison, like in sync. They need to be able to put 100 cows in the room and just press a button and go. And they go. And they capture that. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. I need that because you look at the cow's face on that thing. It does not look happy with having a bag attached to its ass. The fourth, yeah. Simon. Oh, Bill's knocking on that 2,000 hours. Whoa, what the I don't know why it does that sometimes. It hits a frequency that breaks through the noise gate. And it makes it more noisy. Well, alright guys, here's what I should do. I'm gonna go in and get shit set up so I can switch it on over. Alright, so I'll be back in a little bit. Yeah. It's just easier for me to do it while I'm off. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Oh, Sativa modding. Mr. Wild Bill for letting everybody know that there's a dose system and how you check it. J Busy Brown for sending me the poop. Thank you, sir. Ted Thomas for being extra hairy lately. Alright. Alright. Oh, I didn't see that Thomas was over on D-Live. We were preparing a massive strike on major narco cartel targets south of Mexico, including drug labs and the weapons storage sites. He said over there on D-Live. I guess YouTube wouldn't let him say that. McGyler was here. Thank you, McGyler, being a guy. He was being my guy. There's a McGee out there. I don't know. And then, hey, see you later.
Meow, 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 meow.
another one. I was threatened today with eggs. Just happy to see all the money, the people in here.